watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. It's 11 o'clock. We appreciate you joining us. I have a busy few hours ahead with you here on Fox Local, and a lot of things to cover. Want to let you know and just kind of look ahead a little bit. 2 o'clock, we're expecting a White House press briefing. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt going to be speaking with reporters, answering some questions, obviously amid a lot of things happening, including Operation Epic Fury. We did hear an update earlier from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and General Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And so we will see what the White House Press Secretary has to say about where things stand coming up in just a little bit. We are also getting ready. Let me give you a live look right now in Doral in South Florida, where many members of the Republican members, I should say, of the House of Representatives, the U.S. House, have been for a issues conference that has been going on for members of the House, Republican members. We're expecting to hear shortly from the House Republican leadership, House Speaker, some others. So we will look to bring that to you live coming up in just a little bit. Meanwhile, let me also give you a live look at the floor of the Florida House, where a number of bills coming up for discussion today, and the chance to send more bills to the desk of the governor, including the controversial anti-DEI spending bill, a bill that would prevent local governments from spending using official money on diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. The invocation being delivered right now on the floor of the House. We're also waiting because in just a little bit, Anna Eskamani, a Democrat from Orlando, is expected to give her farewell speech. She is one of the lawmakers that is up against term limits, so not running for re-election, and she's going to instead be running for Orlando Mayor. So we'll hear from her coming up in a little bit as well on the floor of the Florida House. So that's where things stand right now. Am I the only one seeing that flash a little bit? We'll keep an eye on that, see if we can figure out what's going on. I apologize for that. So a lot of things that are going on this morning. Let me go ahead and give you a live look as well in Orlando on this busy Tuesday morning. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson joins me now. And Jess, not a bad start to this Tuesday here.
No, it was really nice this morning. I mean, it was a little muggy, but it's been worse, and it's not summer-like mugginess and grossness outside. So that's like the silver lining I'm choosing to run with.
Okay.
So
we can deal with it.
Yes, and we'll have hot temperatures today. Again, we made it to 88 officially in Orlando yesterday. So right on the money with the forecast high, and then today we're going to be seeing a high of 89, which is going to come really close to some records. So we'll talk about that too. But yeah, a warm day is already underway, and we'll see a slim chance of a shower or two. But our previous record high of 90 was set back in 1918, and then our actual high temperature we have forecast for today is 89. So unless we overperform by a lot this afternoon, or maybe not even that much, it's only 1 degree, we could see a tide record, or at least coming very close. Many of us, though, will have the chance of seeing 90 degrees today, even if it doesn't tie or break previous records. 90 is going to be your high today from Gainesville, Ocala to the Villages, Leesburg, Bushnell, and Claremont. That's going to be right along the I-75 corridor. As you venture further east, it does get closer towards, say, the upper 80s, like in Orlando at 89 degrees, and then eventually near the coast with the highs in the mid 80s. So 83 will be your high today in Daytona Beach and New Smyrna, and 82 in Cocoa Beach and Melbourne. So warm day, arguably hot, but yesterday's breeze honestly felt really nice. And today we're going to see kind of a similar setup with just a couple of stray showers. These will mostly get going and pop up close to the peak heating of the day in the afternoon. So this is going to be around, say, 5 or 6 o'clock when the hottest of the temperatures will take place. A couple of pop-up showers possible. And these do look to line up right along the I-4 corridor, which means we could see impacts in the Orlando metro, especially during the afternoon and evening commute. But again, just a couple of showers, not anything that's going to be, all day long or too significant. At most, I think we might hear an isolated rumble of thunder and lightning. So Aside from that, we'll dry things out after sunset right around 8 o'clock. Tomorrow brings the return of another hot day. Near record highs are going to be possible, especially in 2 spots where we do have the chance of breaking those records. Sanford, our forecast high is 89, the old record's 88, set back in 1974. And then in Leesburg, we have a forecast high of 90, with the previous record being 88, set back in 2015, so a little over 10 years ago. Now, if you're wondering how much longer the heat will last, we'll still be in the 80s Thursday. Thursday, though, is going to be when we have some pretty big changes moving in with some increasing shower and storm chances. We have a 60% chance of rain for Thursday. It's going to be mostly during the afternoon and evening, not an all-day rain. Some leftover showers Friday. We'll have a bit of a sea breeze impact as well towards the weekend. Friday's high, by the way, it's going to be right around 79, 80 degrees. So we're going to be a little closer to normal because our average is 78. But Sunday, we kick things back up, and Monday. So we're going to be staying on this kind of active stretch here. So looking ahead towards Thursday's rainmaker, we need the rain. We've been seeing some trends that it looks like it's going to lighten up a bit in terms of the intensity and coverage. Regardless, though, as we head towards Thursday afternoon, Thursday night, that's when we have the best chance of seeing the rain. And it's going to be pretty scattered, but still about a 60% chance. That will linger into Friday morning, which could mean a bit of a gross morning drive for Friday. It doesn't take much to kind of snarl the roads around here. But the thing is, the front that's going to be moving in, bringing the rain, actually will retreat and likely drift further to the north. And that's important because that means it could keep rain chances in the forecast, and looks like an active setup on the way for Sunday and Monday. 60% chance of rain for Sunday. Actually, thunderstorms are going to be possible even into Sunday night. Maybe an isolated strong storm or two. We'll have to watch those ingredients really closely. And same for Monday. We could see some scattered showers and maybe an isolated strong storm or two. So lots of changes on the way. We need the rain. Yep. So we can't really complain too much. We obviously don't want any sort of like strong storms, but it's that time of year we're starting to get more of a summer, spring-like feel, and that's what happens. So.
Yeah, we do see those things from time to time this time of year. In fact, today's 1 year since that tornado that went through Longwood and Lake Mary and hit us right here at the station as well.
Crazy day, yes, for sure. I cannot believe it's been 1 year. It was an EF2 tornado, about 4 miles long. And we don't see that kind of stuff in Florida a lot. And the fact that we saw it that day and we had just enough ingredients in place for it to happen and no one was injured, even though the damage was extensive. Yeah. And they're still rebuilding. So important reminder as to like what we do serves a purpose, because I think people really heeded the warnings. Mm-hmm. And if they hadn't, I don't think we would have had the same level of people being okay. They're still rebuilding, so I think it also goes to show that it takes time to rebuild in these kinds of setups. It's not just like an overnight thing. Just because we're not, maybe talking about it every single day doesn't mean that they're not still dealing with it. So I think that's an important reminder too, because over off of Markham Woods Road, I don't know if you've seen that. I'm sure you might have, but the neighborhood over there, I mean, it still looks like a construction zone. It's crazy. Yeah. And so you can't help but feel for the people. But we're very, very fortunate that no one was hurt, injured. It could have been a lot worse, and it wasn't. So we don't want that to happen again. We're good with tornadoes. We're like, all right, no more for a while. Yeah.
Well, like you said, that's why important to keep an eye out on the forecast and heed those warnings.
For sure.
Because things can happen fast.
Yeah, and we were here at the station and helping get people to safety in the studio, and I mentioned this on Facebook and a little bit on air this morning. I took actual severe weather storm chasing classes in college. That was severe weather was kind of my niche, I guess, and saw many tornadoes from afar. Never had any desire to be in a tornado. Never thought I would even be in a tornado, but seeing it and hearing it for yourself, I think, puts it all into perspective when you talk about people who go through this. So. Oof, yeah, it was wild, and the nerves that day were crazy, just thinking about it. But because you were here, you were already at work by that point, right?
I was.
Because you usually get here, in the morning hours. Because it happened, I think, right around 9:30.
Kind of mid-morning, yeah.
Yeah. So I was trying to remember. Crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy, no doubt about that. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Jessica Dobson, we appreciate you joining us. And as we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, let me give you a live look right now at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. Keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, and check out these crazy images out of Delaware, Middletown, Delaware, where a barge loaded with scrap metal is on fire. These live images coming to us courtesy WTXF. Right now, we'll be keeping an eye on that situation. Right now, though, I want to get you to Tallahassee, where the Florida House taking up this Senate Bill 418 that would establish a training program for law enforcement officers to learn some better ways to interact with individuals with autism spectrum disorder. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Representative Valdez, you are recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And this amendment is just adding the verbiage of our House version onto the Senate bill, and that is the amendment.
Are there questions of the sponsor? Seeing no questions of the sponsor, are there amendments to the amendment?
None on the desk, Madam
Are
Speaker.
there substitute amendments?
None on the desk, Madam Speaker.
Is there debate on the amendment? Seeing no debate, Representative Valdez, you are recognized to close on your amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I waive close on the amendment.
Having waived close on the amendment, all those in favor of the adoption of the amendment say yay. All opposed, no. And so the amendment is adopted. Read the next amendment.
None on the desk, Madam Speaker.
Show the bill rolled over for third reading. Representative Valdez, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the rules be waived and Senate Bill 418 be read a third time by title and placed on final passage.
Representative Valdez moves that the rules be waived and SB 418 be read a third time by title and placed on final passage. All in favor say yay. All opposed no. Show the motion adopted. Read the bill a third time by title.
By Senator Jones and others, Senate Bill 418, a bill to be entitled An Act Relating to Law Enforcement Officer Interactions with Individuals with Autism Spectrum Disorder.
Are there any amendments?
None on the desk, Madam
Is there
Speaker.
Any debate? Seeing no debate, Representative Valdez, Representative Rayner, in debate.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And Representative Valdez, thank you so much for this really, really, truly important bill and getting it across the finish line. I've had so many constituents, especially constituents who have young men of color who often encounter law enforcement, and because they are autistic, because that autism may kind of show up in ways they may seem aggressive or ways that they may not understand, or law enforcement just simply is not trained and they don't know that the situation can escalate. And so I really am so appreciative of this bill. one, it keeps our law enforcement officers safe, but it also makes sure our individuals are safe, but most certainly like juveniles as well, young people are safe. And this is such an important step in making sure that there is understanding of how to deal with people who are just differently abled, right? And so I really appreciate this really, really good bill. I believe that's going to make a great change. And thank you so much for working with my bestie, Senator Jones, on the bill.
Representative Eskamani in debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to echo that gratitude. I know this has been a bill that many of us have advocated for and worked on for years, and I'm sure there'll be many more efforts in the future to perfect it, but it's such an important piece of policy to really mitigate what we have seen as just heartbreaking preventative situations when it comes to the interaction between public safety officials and our children and adults with autism. And so just thank you for bringing this to the finish line, to Senator Jones as well, because this is going to be legislation that improves communities and will save lives. So thank you, Representative, for your work on it.
Representative Gant in debate.
Thank you so much. This is an amazing bill. And as a criminal defense attorney, I've created a niche practice area in different able people and people with mental health disorders. And it's a very different experience interacting with the court system when you have a family member who doesn't have capacity to truly understand it. And I got a full experience with that with one of my clients in Miami-Dade. And he's an adult by age, but he was developmentally on the spectrum where he was a 4-year-old. And he had an incident. And it was such a traumatic experience for the family. I'm thankful for the initial detective that worked on it and closed out the case, even though there was some stuff, that happened after that reopened it. But he had training, and he was in the Miami-Dade Police Department in the Hammocks office. And that detective recognized every single aspect of his training to really provide care for my client. Eventually, it was dismissed because he doesn't have capacity, but the training on the front end is so important. So I am so appreciative to you, Rep, and to Senator Jones for this bill, because it's necessary. And as we continue to recognize that we are all built differently, our justice system has to respond to that. Thank you.
Representative Gottlieb in debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Rep, I just want to thank you. When I heard this bill the first time in committee, I saw that there was a need to perhaps, based on the testimony of individuals, put the blue envelope into a different format, and you were open to that, and we talked and we worked, and I want to thank House staff for writing an amendment for giving it the ability to be an electronic card or a physical card. This will really help out so many people who are stopped if they're a passenger in a car or on the street, and I applaud you for working across the aisle on this bill. Thank you so much.
Any further debate? Seeing no further debate, Representative Valdez, you're recognized to close.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the debate, colleagues, and for the support of this bill. I believe that this is a public safety bill, as well as just, being thoughtful, because autism does not present itself in a way that you can see it, if you will. It is a unique diagnosis, and it is important for law enforcement to be able to recognize those signs. And this is a step in the right direction of being able to afford the mandatory training in person for one time, and then following up with online trainings for recertification. So thank you very much. And this is my last bill that I am presenting on the floor. So let's light that green up for Rep. Valdez Latia. Let's go. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question now recurs on final passage of SB 418. The clerk will unlock the machine and members will proceed to vote. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? The clerk will lock the machine and announce the vote.
111 yeas, 0 nays, Madam Speaker.
Show the bill passes. Members, we're going to take a brief pause for an introduction. Representative.
Unanimous passage of that bill that would create a training program for law enforcement relations with people with autism spectrum disorder. Now, I do also, before we go to break here, we're still standing by waiting for those remarks from the U.S. House Republican leaders in South Florida right now, that issues conference. But there was a moment on the Florida House when they first gavelled into session just a few minutes ago, recognizing Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood there with Deputy Jose Rivera, who was shot in the line of duty. We covered his homecoming after he was released from the hospital, and again, recognized today on the floor of the House in Tallahassee. This happened just moments ago.
We're honored today to be joined by our law enforcement officer of the day, Sheriff Mike Chitwood with the Volusia County Sheriff's Office at the invitation of Representative Gentry. Alongside the sheriff, we have Officer Rivera, who was wounded on duty last week and is here with us today. Sheriff and Officer Rivera, thank you for your service and welcome to the Florida House.
So a standing ovation, a lot of applause there for Deputy Rivera there with Sheriff Chitwood on the floor of the House, recognized just a moment ago. Glad to see him doing better after being home for a few days as well. So certainly glad to see him doing better and recognized for his service to the Volusia County community. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. I want to get you straight to Doral right now, where House Republican leadership holding a news conference. You see Chairwoman Lisa McClain, who's a Republican from Michigan. You see the House Speaker, Mike Johnson. You also see Steve Scalise, and I believe that's likely Tom Emmer just off screen there. Let's go ahead and listen in as they talk amid a partial government shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security and also the war in Iran and the members of the Republican members of the House meeting right now in South Florida. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Continues to be respected across the globe, where our communities are safe and our values are defended. Over the next few days, we're going to debate policy, strategy, and the issues that matter most to the American people. But at the end of the day, our mission is simple: make sure the next generation inherits a country that is stronger, freer, and more prosperous than the ones that we were given. The American people are counting on us to do that, and that's exactly what we plan to deliver. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to the Speaker of our House, who has led us in this journey. Oh, I'm sorry, Whip Emmer. The whip who has also led us in this journey. You don't want to use the box?
Y'all want to see him on the box, don't you?
Yeah. Thank you, Lisa, I think. From the start of the 119th Congress, House Republicans hit the ground running to enact President Trump's America First agenda. Since then, our majority, though slim, has delivered win after win for the American people. We passed the Lake and Riley Act, ensuring that criminal illegal aliens are swiftly and permanently removed from our communities. We passed the Halt Fentanyl Act, equipping law enforcement with the tools that they need to save lives. We passed the Genius Act to ensure America's status as the crypto capital of the world. And we passed a rescissions package to get rid of the wasteful spending in our federal government. By the way, we finally got back to governing as intended by passing 11 of 12 appropriations bills through regular order. And perhaps most notably, we passed a once-in-a-generation bill to cut taxes for every single American. Last year at this member planning session, I said, Democrats go on retreat. We're planning the future. I said our House Republican majority could and would get reconciliation done. Just a little over 5 months later, we did exactly that. The Working Families Tax Cuts delivered massive policy wins, including the largest tax cut in U.S. history. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. Working families are keeping more of their hard-earned money in their pockets because Republicans got it done. Failure was not an option then, and it is not an option now. Looking ahead, we're going to continue to deliver for Americans from coast to coast. We're more energized than ever to lower costs, protect taxpayer dollars, and give every citizen in this country the chance to pursue their version of the American dream. Our work has just begun. It's far from over. And with that, I turn it over to our leader, Steve Scalise.
Thank you, Whip. Last night we kicked off this member session where we're planning for the future of this great America, celebrating 250 years, by hearing from our leader, the President of the United States, Donald Trump. And he had a great message talking about some of the things we've already done to work with President Trump as House Republicans to make life more affordable for working families. Something we set out to do starting last January, and we've been doing it because we had a lot of mess to mop up from 4 years of Joe Biden. Let's not forget the record high inflation, record high interest rates, costs through the roof. Democrats never wanted to talk about affordability when they were jacking up costs on all families, making housing unaffordable for families, opening up our border and letting violent criminals come into this country. And President Trump ran to fix that, and we as House Republicans ran to work with him to fix those problems for working families, and we've been delivering. And make no mistake, this work is far from finished. We're just getting started, and we're delivering real results for families. They're finally starting to see costs start coming down. Not to the level they were before Joe Biden started racking up those costs, but they're finally coming down. When people file their tax returns this year, 4 in 10 American families are getting real money back, over $1,000 back for most working families. And every Democrat voted against that money being put back in the pockets of working families. Think about this for senior citizens. Senior citizens are seeing a $6,000 tax credit, which for 85% of seniors means they're not going to pay any taxes on Social Security. It's a great benefit for senior citizens. Not millionaires and billionaires. These are seniors who work their entire lives and living on fixed income, and they're finally getting something back. And every Republican delivered on that. Every single Democrat, House and Senate voted no. And so that is the contrast that we're laying out as we're planning additional things that we're working on to fix more of the mess that Joe Biden left behind. And there's a lot of bills that are sitting over in the Senate. We're going to be sending them more bills. Our committees, all the chairmen are here, and our members are going to be talking and hearing from all the chairmen about things that we're going to continue to do. We're working on a farm bill, just came out of committee to help America's farmers across the nation. We've got a really important housing bill we passed over to the Senate. The Senate's got a different version. Chairman French Hill and his members are going to be working to hopefully find a common ground to make housing more affordable for families. You look at what we've done, again, on so many different issues to finally get control over spending, not just rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse, but to put more money back in the pockets of working families, to get this economy moving again. It's not been easy. Part of the reason it's not been easy is because every step of the way, the Democrat Party, who is a rudderless ship these days, has been voting no on every single issue because they wake up every day and their only motivation, their only agenda is to block anything Donald Trump does because they hate the president. Look at what their own elected leader said. They really don't have a leader right now in the nation amongst Democrats, but their elected leader in the House basically said the Iran mission was going to end in failure. Just think about that for a second. You've got a mission going on where men and women in uniform are risking their lives to take out the world's largest sponsor of terrorism, which everybody acknowledges, the threat that Iran posed, trying to get a nuclear weapon. But they had been killing hundreds of Americans for decades. And they want it to end in failure? That's insane. That's what we're working against right now. We shouldn't have to be working against that as House Republicans, but that's okay. We're going to keep our focus as House Republicans on working with President Trump to make life more affordable for working families. If Democrats want to keep voting no, the voters are going to have something to say about this November. A man who's been working tirelessly, not only on the agenda, but going all around the country to spread this message is our Speaker, Mike Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Thanks to all of you for being here. It's great to see a good crowd here in Florida for our annual House Republicans Issues Conference, 2026 conference, and it's a really important time for us. We're grateful to the Congressional Institute for hosting this opportunity each year, and it couldn't be more important than it is right now. So among the issues at the Issues Conference, of course, we're talking about the policy and what our agenda will be for the remainder of this year, and of course the politics as well, and how all this blends together. And I know you all have inquired about our agenda going forward, and we're finalizing the plans. I use football metaphors a lot, as you know. I'm an LSU guy, and we have a big playbook of plays, and as a team, we are corralling together for the next couple of days to try to make the final plan on which plays we're actually going to run in the remaining quarters of this game. Did I extend the metaphor far enough? That's where we are, okay? It's a very important time. To put it simply in a very straightforward manner, our mission, our game plan is obvious, and that is that we have to defy history and grow our majority, which we will do, and we've got to continue saving the country. House Republicans are working hand in hand with President Trump and his administration to bring down the cost of living for hardworking American families. We have done an extraordinary amount of work in that regard, and there is much more work left to do, and so that's what we work on every day. And this team is committed to that resolve. And defying history to win the majority is not a simple task, but it is one that we will do. And you have to remember, because all of you track this and you report on it, you keep the progress reports, this House Republican majority has defied expectation and historical trends and conventional thought virtually every single day that we've been governing. And we will do it again. It would be a very foolish thing to vote against us. That's my advice to you, okay? This is a contrast election, and we're really excited about that because the contrast is as stark as it has ever been. There is a wide chasm between these two political parties. This is not your father's Democrat Party, as we say all the time. This party is run by Marxist, open socialists, the far left insurgent politicians and the activist base, and they're pushing the party all the way over the edge, and they've left America behind. When we say a contrast election, we say it very simply, as the president said it so well and so clearly at the State of the Union. This is a contest between normal and crazy, between common sense and crazy. And we have lots of examples. I mean, you could go down the list to look at all the issue sets. I was just taking notes in our last session and everything that everybody brought up. in the upcoming election. The question that we ask to every voter in every district around America is, do you want to elect a party that will secure the borders or reopen the borders wide to allow dangerous criminal illegal aliens and known terrorists to come into the country and set up sleeper cells? Do you want to cut your taxes? You want to elect a party that will continue to reduce your taxes, bigger paychecks and bigger tax refunds? Or do you want to elect the party that will raise your taxes as they've vowed to do? And by the way, applauded for themselves at the State of the Union. The only time the Democrats stood up and applauded themselves at the State of the Union was for their vote to raise your taxes. Do you want to vote for the party that is going to secure the cities of this country and towns, or the party that stands for policies that increase crime? Do you want to vote for the party that will secure elections, or the party that will undermine our system? Do you want to vote for the party that will protect women and girls' sports, or the party that wants to bring men back into those arenas? Do you want to vote for the party that will protect children, or the party that wants to return to transgender mutilation surgery for children? These are the choices. It is a choice election. It is a contrast election, again, between common sense that the Republicans have demonstrated and work for every day, or, frankly, crazy. I think we know where the American people are. Democrats have put up a fight and tried to stop us, but despite having the smallest majority in modern congressional history, with all the challenges that comes to that, we've still gotten the job done. And I would much rather be us than them going into this election cycle, because Democrats, as noted, have no message, they have no vision, they have no leadership. They're guided solely by retribution and their blinding hatred for Donald Trump. And that is not a winning message when you go into an election year. Cory Booker announced this week that he's introducing a bill to increase the standard deduction for lower and middle class and middle income families. We've noticed that Democrats acknowledge that Republican policies are working. I got a news for Senator Booker. It's very interesting, since he and every House and Senate Democrat had opportunities to vote for the most transformational tax cuts in American history earlier this year, and every single one of them voted against it. Democrats had opportunities to vote for significant tax relief for lower and middle income families. That's what we did. To vote for tax relief for seniors. That's what we did. Tax relief for tipped and overtime workers. We did that. An increased child tax credit, increased family and medical leave, an abundance of other pro-business, pro-labor tax incentives. We voted for that. That was Republican legislation that we put on the floor and passed with no Democrat help. They voted against every single one of those things. And there's a political price to pay for that. We plan to spend the next 8 months reminding the American people of those facts. Now look, the Democrats' record is as dangerous as it is shameful. And we would be remiss if we did not address the shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security right now. Over the weekend, 2 aspiring terrorists, as you've seen, threw homemade bombs into a crowd of protesters in New York City. I won't even comment on how badly the media has misled the American people with coverage of that story, but let's talk about the reality. The more important point is that 2 terrorists nearly killed dozens of people with bombs, and the agency of the government that is specifically tasked with defending our homeland from exactly those types of threats is currently shut down, thanks to Democrats in Congress. Those bombs never exploded, thanks be to God, and countless lives were spared. But one of the attackers allegedly told police after the attack that he hoped that it would, quote, be even bigger than the Boston Marathon bombing. There was an alleged attack, a terror attack in Austin, as you know, 2 weekends ago. A bomb threat at an airport in Kansas City on Sunday. And the Department of Homeland Security is warning that the U.S. is susceptible to lone wolf and sleeper cell terror attacks on our homeland. And again, I'll repeat, all the critical agencies like CISA, the agencies that monitor bio threats and attacks on our critical infrastructure like CBP and the Coast Guard, they're all shut down right now because Democrats, as usual, are playing games. They're playing games with people's lives. We got other critical agencies like FEMA and TSA that are unfunded, experiencing significant staff shortages, and that's why travelers around the country have felt already the unfortunate effects. This weekend, airports reporting record wait times. All of that is because of the Democrat shutdown. If you missed a wedding or a funeral, you're worried about missing your flight for spring break this week, you have Democrats to blame. The Republicans have done our job. And Democrats are also to blame for the tens of thousands of TSA agents who continue to show up to work despite not having their paychecks. Those are hardworking people. They got families. They got bills to pay. They have real, regular lives, mouths to feed. And they protect our skies and they ensure our airports are functional, and yet Democrats are blocking their paychecks. And here's the big question. Why are they doing it? Why would they do that? They know all these things are happening. Why would they do it? It's very simple. They keep showing us over and over. Why is FEMA unable to process new grant applications for natural disasters? Why are our airports so congested and unreliable? Why is our homeland so vulnerable to threats? The answer is simple, because Democrats have made the conscious political decision, crazy as it is, by word and by deed, to protect criminal illegal aliens over hardworking American citizens. That's it. Democrats have dragged the American people through multiple shutdowns now. First, to protect, remember last time, in the longest shutdown in history, last fall, their argument was they wanted to protect health care benefits for illegal aliens, and now they've jeopardized the security of every American citizen to keep criminal illegal aliens in our country. They want to fight the Department of Homeland Security and the rule of law. It's wrong and it's dangerous, and we pray that the Senates and the Democrat put the safety of their constituents over the demands of the far-left radical base in their party that they run in fear of, and vote to reopen the Department of Homeland Security immediately. With that, we'll take a few questions. Manu. No, the hostilities and the military operation in Iran is limited in its scope. The president has said as recently as several hours ago that it will be over soon. It's been remarkably successful. I think I saw the number, over 5,000 targets struck in that country. The leadership of the country, the regime, has been turned over to a next generation. Who knows how long that will go? But they're holding the people back. They've killed tens of thousands of their own citizens. And importantly, for America, the reason this is in America's interest is because they were going to strike us. And they have been at war with us. Iran declared war on us for the last 4 decades. They said they wanted to wipe Israel off the face of the map, and they wanted to hit us as the great Satan. They've killed American citizens. They have fired upon our service members over there in our installations. Enough. But I think that this current operation was, by design, limited in scope and in mission. I think the mission is being achieved, is nearly completed, and the commander-in-chief himself said in the last 24 hours it will come to a close. So gas prices will readjust after that. You know, most of this is because the Strait of Hormuz has been closed by the regime down there, but it will be reopened, and it will take a couple of weeks, but gas prices will come back down. Remember, they were down almost $2.50 a gallon on a national average under President Trump, when under Biden they were at almost $5 a gallon. So this is a temporary blip in an extraordinary trend of a return to American energy dominance. The evidence speaks for itself, and it will continue to. Olivia. Look, I've spoken to those members and all members, as I always do, about our tone and our message and what we say. There's a lot of energy in the country and a lot of popular sentiment that the demand to impose Sharia law in America is a serious problem. That's what animates this, and that's the language that people use. It's different language than I would use, but I think that that's a serious issue. Sharia law and the imposition of Sharia law is contrary to the U.S. Constitution. Our Constitution is the greatest in the world. It's the longest surviving Constitution on the planet, and we're 250 years into this grand experiment in self-governance. And one of the principles that we believe in, stated first in the nation's birth certificate, is that all of us are created equal by God. It means every single person has inestimable dignity and value, and that we respect everyone's beliefs and their right to live out their beliefs and to speak freely about their beliefs and have that conviction. But when you seek to come to a country and not assimilate, but to impose Sharia law is in conflict with the U.S. Constitution. That is the conflict that people are talking about. It is not about people as Muslims. It's about those who seek to impose a different belief system that is in direct conflict with the Constitution. That's where I think that comes from. Back row.
discussing another reconciliation bill ahead of the midterms? And if so, do you think a push for additional military funding could impact negotiations?
Yeah, so there's, I think, a supplemental funding bill for military is inevitable. We don't yet know what the details of that will be. As you know, in the process submitted by the administration to Congress, and then it's deliberated upon and passed. We were anticipating a supplemental even before.
House Speaker Mike Johnson continuing to take questions right now as he and other Republican leaders speak to reporters at this Republican member issue conference going on in South Florida. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you inside the Orange County Board of County Commissioners meeting right now, where there is some discussion about the 2029-2030 NBA All-Star Week. That is something that we know that sports leaders, including Jason Siegel, who you saw just a minute ago, who is the president and CEO of the Greater Orlando Sports Commission, that they're trying to bid on to bring here to Orlando. So there's discussion about that in the board meeting. Let's go ahead and listen in live right now.
With this, the pieces that we can submit, the submission deadline is coming up very quickly. So I would say that the good news is that Orange County staff is involved in the process. I would welcome more activity and more participation. I think that's great for shaping and outlining what would become this incredible opportunity for our community and draw a lot of attention and all of the marketing of our destination around the globe. But I think that the window is very tight as far as it relates to us having to secure the funding in place, be able to go back with a incredibly competitive bid, because at the end of the day, these are sophisticated, competitive environments that we're bidding in these days. It is not lost on any of my competitors at any other city, and not just domestically. You'll hear more about globally how that this has become certainly aggressive positions that are being taken by cities around the globe.
Okay, thank you so much.
Of course.
Commissioner Scott. Thank you, Mayor. And Commissioner Wilson, thank you for the question. In my briefing with the Go Sports team, I did ask them how they would be intentional to engage small businesses. You think about what I would call warm and fuzzy, the kid opportunities, but what are the smaller, more intimate moments with these businesses where, let's say, hey, I'm able to be a private chef, or maybe I'm able to manage some piece of business for an athlete that may lead to other things. I remember during COVID, during 2020, there was a restaurant called Shauna's, and so they were providing catering food to the bubble out there at Disney, and then that led to other opportunities for that restaurant with individual players. And so what I asked Jason and his team was to identify some more intimate moments. They talked about, we're going to show kids, we're going to do all these different things, but things that don't necessarily need a news crew but are just as important. Hearing you speak, what I would add to that, Jason, is, when we get to a point and you're ready, I would recommend, like, before you start to engage and lock certain things down, I would ask that maybe you meet with each one of us to figure out which businesses, because you may have a list, but there may be some businesses you might be missing that we're engaged with, to be able to share with you what's happening in our respective districts. I think this is an amazing opportunity. I remember the first All-Star game, I was in Boy Scouts, and we were able to go to the game, and then at the second All-Star game here, I was a mentor, so I took kids to the slam dunk contest. And so I've been able to see the impact from being a child, looking up those artists, those players specifically like Nick Anderson and Bo Outlaw, to being a young adult working with young people and seeing the impact that it had on them, whether they wanted to be players or athletic trainers. And so I think this opportunity is amazing, and I think that if we're able to secure it, it'll be a good benefit to our community. So thank you.
Yeah, and we're absolutely happy to do that. I think you all have worked with me long enough to know we want to collaborate on everything.
Thank you, Jason. I'm good, Mayor.
Commissioner Simrat.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jason.
Yes.
It was an exciting presentation, and this is an exciting opportunity. Congratulations. I worked at the time, it was the Florida Marlins, now the Miami Marlins.
Sure.
Went through several World Series with them. And you know what I always find about sports that's really special is that it has the ability to unite people who, I mean, we have a lot going on in our community right now. And because of working at the Marlins, I had many friends who work for the NBA with the Miami Heat. And I know that NBA, when they do their events, I've seen it, they give back a lot to the local community, and there are a bunch of events. And I believe that this is a hard time right now for families, and sometimes when you can go into a stadium and you can feel the excitement there, it can make you hope differently. And you can look at your neighbors a little bit differently, and it has a tendency to cut across gender, age, race, religion. You see the seniors sitting with the young, and it doesn't matter where you came from when you're rooting for the same thing. So there's a unity that happens. And I support getting world-class events, to our community, and I think that the NBA All-Star Game is a good opportunity for our community, and sometimes a youth just meeting that professional player, or it can make a life-changing impact on them. So when it comes to sports and looking at how we spend our TDT, I will support. I look at sports as part of destination infrastructure, but it's not hard, it's soft. It's soft infrastructure within a destination. I support using TDT dollars for it, but I always want to preface, because I also think that we need to be using our TDT dollars to help get hard infrastructure that moves our tourists. I have one question for you, because an event like this has incredible marketing power. And with that incredible marketing power, we have Visit Orlando that gets $120 million a year. And while they do great marketing for the destination, is this something where we could use those marketing dollars to help facilitate the cost of the bid?
I'm not sure. I can answer the question slightly differently, and I don't mean to not answer the question, because I'm not sure that I'm authorized to answer the question. But I can share this. Visit Orlando has had a seat at the table, and there is going to be a strong integration with the programs and the lead up into the All-Star Game and what they're doing. I think that as we have these conversations, whether it's Women's World Cup with FIFA or Rugby World Cup or the Olympic opportunity, There is a constant conversation with Visit Orlando about target and key markets that we're looking to bring visitors into from, and if those overlap, then we certainly want to take advantage of all of the assets, their buying power, et cetera, that we're working on. So they are at the table. We're having those conversations with them on both the NBA All-Star and the Olympic opportunity you'll hear about next. And I think it's vital because I think there's multiple opportunities, size, scope, and opportunity around certainly also using this as a impetus for drawing additional visitation. I also think the number of executives that will be in town, the number of NBA corporate and commercial partners whose chairmen and presidents and CEOs will be coming to Orlando. I think that's a great opportunity for economic partnership partners to consider how do we move in a headquarter? How do we have a conversation around a holistic approach to activating when we know this type of exposure is happening for our community? So as it relates to the dollars themselves, I mean, Ray, I don't know, where we wanted to, as far as where the dollars would come or how to augment those dollars, but they'll certainly be a marketing partner with us in this process, no question about it.
So I hear that they'll be a marketing partner, as they should, because they market our destination. But what I'm also sensitive to is that voters looking for accountability of public tax dollars and how they're spent. And again, I support the sports all day long, Jason.
Sure.
Like, I think this is a great project. I
Understood.
hope we get it. But $120 million, on marketing, destination marketing. But if you look in all the literature and you look in the industry, events are one of the most common forms of marketing. And so it feels like a natural stepwise where when we look at Visit Orlando and how we would like to be seeing how they use some of their promotional dollars, it should be help to cover some of the costs for the bidding process, like with yours, with this. So Mayor, is there a way that we can look into how events fit into the destination marketing, given that events are one of the most common forms of marketing?
So a couple of thoughts come to mind for me. Of course, we do have the tourist development tax plan.
The Orange County Board of County Commissioners discussing the bid for the NBA All-Star Game, trying to bring it here in 2029, 2030. So we'll keep an eye on that. We know that the county going to be submitting a bid, Greater Orlando Sports Commission. We heard from the president and CEO, who is continuing to give his presentation and being asked some questions by members of the commission right now. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll continue to keep an eye on that and a whole lot more. So keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. I want to get you back to Tallahassee, where the Florida House has taken up the Teddy Bridgewater Act. It's Senate Bill 178 that would allow coaches to help students by paying for things like food and transportation. Let's go ahead and listen in. Obviously, this is a bill that was passed after Teddy Bridgewater, former NFL standout star player, was suspended from coaching at his alma mater after admitting to helping cover some of those costs for his players. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Questions of the sponsor? Are there any amendments?
On the desk, Mr. Speaker.
Read the first amendment.
Representative LaMarca offer the following amendment with title amendment, barcode 684905, remove line 30 and insert an amendment.
Representative LaMarca, you're recognized to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment 684905 restricts such use of funds to one head coach per athletic team.
Questions of the sponsor? Is there an amendment to the amendment?
On the desk, Mr. Speaker.
Read the amendment to the amendment.
Representative LaMarca offer the following amendment to amendment, barcode 570171, remove line 5 and insert an amendment.
Representative LaMarca, you're recognized to explain your amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment to the amendment provides that a parent must provide written consent before a head coach may provide such support to a student. And that's the amendment to the amendment.
Questions of the sponsor? Is there debate on the amendment to the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor, I'm sorry, you're recognized to close on your amendment to the amendment.
Wait, close.
All in favor of the adoption of the amendment to the amendment, say yay. Yay. Opposed, no. Show the amendment to the amendment adopted. We're back on the amendment. Is there a substitute amendment?
None of that, Mr. Speaker.
Is there debate on the amendment as amended? You're recognized to close on your amendment.
Wait, close.
All in favor of the adoption of the amendment, say yay. Yay. Opposed, no. Show the amendment adopted. Read the next amendment.
None of that, Mr. Speaker.
Show the bill rolled over for third reading. Representative LaMarca, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the rules be waived and CS for Senate Bill 178 be read a third time by title and placed on final passage.
Representative LaMarca moves that the rules be waived and that CS for SB 178 be read a third time by title and placed on final passage. All in favor say yay. Yay. Opposed, no. Show the motion adopted. Read the bill a third time by title.
By Judiciary, Education, Pre-K through 12, and Senator Jones, CS for Senate Bill 178, a bill to be entitled an act related to athletics in public K through 12 schools.
Other amendments?
None of that, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any debate? Representative Arstide in debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Representative LaMarca, I want to thank you. As you did the bill, I had some concerns. You took care of those concerns. You addressed them. I always want to be concerned about liability for coaches, schools, made sure that we were not on the hook for any type of liability. You took care of those things. I think there's a misconception. Unless you've been a coach, you don't understand what a coach does. When you're a coach, you leave the school about 12, 1 o'clock in the morning. You get back at 6 o'clock in the morning. You work with young people that don't need you just to coach them. They need you to be a father. They need you to be a mother. They need you to be a parent. They need you to make a difference in their life. Those that have participated in sports, you understand about being a teammate. You understand about being on the team. You understand about working together. You understand about connecting with one another. Those that have been around sports, you get it, you understand. This becomes so important because when you have young people and they don't have any money, they're poor, they have challenges at home. Sometimes you're a coach, you coach people that are homeless. They have no place to stay. You coach people that have issues that sometimes people don't understand, and you don't share those issues with everybody. So you had a coach in Miami-Dade decided he was going to help his players. He wanted to do something for his young men in his program because he understands his community. There's a community you could leave, you could walk down the street, and you may not make it back the next day. When you see a situation where a group of people surround a football clubhouse to block them because there's some type of activity, gang, you name it. There's so many things you could come into, so many things that create issues for you. This particular coach understood that. That's why he wanted to help. Now we've given him an avenue, and we've given so many coaches an avenue to help make young people's lives better. So I'm all the way up. I totally support it. It's a great bill. Let's allow coaches to continue to develop young people, help these young people have a better quality of life. If it wasn't for a guy called Larry Little that played for the Miami Dolphins, Wallace Aristide wouldn't be here today as a state representative. So I know what a coach does in young people's lives. Thank you.
Representative Gann.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank Reps Aristide. He was a principal there, but I represent Miami Northwestern. And I was actually at the state game when we beat the school from Jacksonville. Rep Nixon, you still owe me that bet. Well, you still owe me that bet. And when I found out about the story, I was confused, like, what are we doing? And so I appreciate you and Senator Jones, because Senator Jones and I had multiple conversations about this. And I actually had a conversation with the speaker about this. And so thank you for actually providing a tangible solution to a problem that really should never have existed, and ensuring that our athletes, our coaches, maintain their ability to impact our future. And I appreciate just the process working in this instance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further debate? Representative Lamarca, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I've got a bit of a history with a couple of topics in this House. One happens to be incredibly large bottles of wine. The other one is high school and college athletics. A few years ago, we passed some legislation that they're trying to rein in some of the things in D.C., but the reality is we realized that there were kids like Bryce Gowdy from Deerfield Beach High School that instead of going to Georgia Tech, decided to jump in front of a train because he didn't know where his mother was going to stay the next day and his sibling. So members, when we can embolden and empower a coach or a teacher or a mentor, we should, and I think this legislation goes a long way to do that. I want to thank Senator Jones, who we've been sometimes on opposite sides of things, but he's a dear friend, and I appreciate his thoughtful work on this, but also Senator Corey Simons, because he knew what it was like to use a coach as a mentor and a second father. So with that, I close and look for your favorable support, but I also want to mention that I had a great coach here helping me with the bill, Representative Tremont.
Question now occurs on final passage of CS for SB 178. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will proceed to vote. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Clerk will lock the machine and announce the vote.
112 yeas, 0 nays, Mr. Speaker.
Show the bill passes.
Unanimous passage of that bill in the House, very similar to its path to passage in the Senate. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have a lot to get to. We'll be right back on Fox Local and YouTube.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now at the White House, where we are just a couple of hours away from a White House press briefing. We will bring that to you live here on Fox Local and on YouTube. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer, thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon. I want to get you to Capitol Hill, where a Senate Banking Committee is holding a hearing right now about sanctuary cities. And just moments ago, Senator Rick Scott had the chance to take the floor with some questions for the witness. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Laws they don't agree with. When I was the governor of Florida, I didn't have to worry about our sheriffs not enforcing the law because President Trump and our federal law enforcement have to worry about that every day. The American people voted very clearly to secure the border. That's what the election was about, and stop illegal immigration. We're a country of legal immigration, not illegal immigration. And without a single new law being enacted, President Trump has delivered and secured the border when President Biden said he couldn't do it. President Trump and the heroic men and women of our ICE and Border Patrol are enforcing our laws, and they're securing our nation, and the crime rate is down. But some Americans say, no, we won't follow federal law. We want to be a sanctuary for people who broke the law to enter our country illegally. It is a violation. It's against the law to come into our country illegally, like most countries. It's dangerous, it's costly to the American taxpayer, and has horrific consequences. That's why I and my colleague on this committee, Senator Moreno, have introduced two bills to curb this kind of dangerous disregard for the law. Our Unifying American Security Interests Act and Sanctuary Jurisdiction Event Security Enhancement Act, which stop DHS funding grants and financial assistance from going to cities and jurisdictions that refuse to support our ICE and DHS agents in their efforts to keep our streets safe. Americans clearly don't want their tax dollars used for handouts to illegal aliens for health care or food stamps, while we have American citizens here at home who are going without. And that's the exact kind of waste and financial mismanagement that these bills will stop. But that's just the financial cost. Let's talk about the human cost. Laken Riley, a nursing student, 22 years old, in Georgia, was beaten with a rock and strangled by a Venezuelan illegal alien who had been caught at the border and released under Biden's open borders rules. Rachel Marin, 37, of Maryland, mother of 5, who was raped and murdered while hiking by a Salvadoran criminal alien who crossed our border illegally, not once, not twice, but 3 times under Biden. Kate Sinley, 32, died in her father's arms on a San Francisco pier after being shot by a 5-time Mexican deportee who was allowed to roam freely because the city's sanctuary policy led local officials to ignore an ICE detainer. These are just a few of the many lives cut short and the potential unrealized lives because of Biden's open borders that allowed dangerous people to come into this country and the sanctuary cities that chose to support and encourage these criminals. I'm from Florida. We are an immigration state, legal immigration. We don't support illegal immigration. Sheriff Chapman, my question, how can open borders and lax immigration policies like a sanctuary cities be considered humane by Democrats if they fail to protect the very citizens Democrats and other elected officials are meant to serve, and they're under an oath of office to serve?
Well, I agree with that. I mean, the most important thing is for us to keep safety, keep our people safe, and we've got to do everything in our power, and that includes working with everybody. And I make that point all the time to my constituents, say, look, we want to work with all of our federal counterparts. We all have different missions here, different cogs in the wheel, but we all have to work together to keep it.
You turn somebody, a criminal, over to ICE rather than let them back into the community?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Mr. Wolf, in sanctuary cities, local authorities can decline ICE detainers, which means that criminals are released back in the community rather than transferred safely into ICE custody. This creates opportunities for illegal fugitives to relocate or reoffend, like in the tragic murder of Kate Steinle. It also forces DHS officers to go into neighborhoods to root out violent criminals. Not only does this cost the taxpayer more, it also increases the risk for everyone involved, including bystanders, DHS officers, and potential future victims. How do these policies prioritize offenders over American victims by obstructing deportations?
Well, when ICE is required to go into a community out on the streets, right, instead of going into that jail setting and picking up that criminal illegal alien, it'll take 1 or 2 officers to go into a jail setting. If they have to go into their neighborhood, it's going to take 15 to 20 officers to apprehend that same individual. You're putting not only the officers at risk, you're putting that alien at risk, and you're putting others in that community at risk. So the idea here, and it's an ironic kind of play here, is that individuals and politicians that want less ICE in their jurisdictions, they will give them sanctuary policies to say, we want ICE out. But in fact, it just requires them to be more in their communities because they won't go into a jail setting. They have to go into their neighborhoods. They have to continue to enforce immigration law. So if your idea is, I want to see less ICE in my community, I don't like immigration enforcement, let them into your jail. Let them pick up those criminal illegal aliens. Otherwise, they're going to be out on your streets because they have to continue to enforce immigration law. And of course, it's better with local law enforcement support and cooperation. But again, in many jurisdictions, sanctuary jurisdictions, we don't see that either.
Thank you, Chairman.
Senator Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick question for all of you. Can just do a very simple.
That was Senator Rick Scott getting the chance to ask some questions of a sheriff from Northern Virginia and also the former acting Secretary of Homeland Security as well, speaking in that Senate budget hearing looking at sanctuary cities. We are getting ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, just keeping an eye on some of these feeds here this afternoon. We still have a lot to get to. The Florida House getting ready shortly to take up the bill that would ban local governments from spending on diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. The White House press briefing coming up in a little bit. The Orange County Commission still discussing the All-Star Week, trying to bid for the NBA All-Star Game, and also getting ready to hear another presentation as well. So we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, where I want to get you inside the Orange County Commission meeting where they've just wrapped up discussing the bid for the NBA All-Star Game and are now talking about a bid for the 2028 International Olympic Qualifier Series Road to LA 28 Summer Olympics. What this would be is essentially a 4-day multi-sport festival at Camping World Stadium where some of the final athletes would attempt to qualify for the 2028 Olympic Games being held in Los Angeles. So we know that Orlando is one of the candidates to host the final stop of this. Let's go ahead and listen in as Jason Siegel from the Greater Orlando Sports Commission gives a presentation on this attempt to bring another major sporting event here to Orlando, and see what the commission members have as far as questions for him on this. So let's go ahead and listen in live.
Best athletes as they fight for their place in the Olympic Games. In 2024, the concept was launched and it was extremely successful. They competed in Shanghai and Budapest. 128 territories, countries worldwide were reached and generated tens of thousands of stories and media coverage and media value across the globe. Orlando has the opportunity to become the final stop. So this time around, there'll be 3 cities selected. We would be the final stop on that journey to Los Angeles. And for context, the Summer Olympics have not been hosted on U.S. soil since 1996 in Atlanta and 1984 in Los Angeles. It would be 32 years, of course, since we last hosted here in the United States of America. Beach volleyball, BMX freestyle, flag football, skateboarding, and sport climbing would unfold in a compact urban festival environment at Camping World Stadium using Tinker Field with more than 150 nations represented. This time around, we would climb up to over 600 athletes and delegates plus on the ground, and the eyes of the world focused on our community. 5 sports, 14 qualifying groups of Olympic athletes, Olympic hopeful athletes, 7 men's sports and 7 women's sports, over 150 athletes. When we hosted the marathon, we sent 6 athletes to Paris as Olympians. We would send between 150 and 180 athletes from Orlando to Los Angeles to compete in the Summer Olympics. I would be remiss if I didn't at least include the honor of partnering not only with the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee, but directly with the IOC, the International Olympic Committee, is a rare distinction. We would be trusted to help carry the Olympic brand, Olympic values, Olympic legacy onto the world stage, and I believe that long after the competition ends, that association will endure. It'll elevate our reputation on the world stage, strengthen future bid opportunities, and leave a lasting mark on how Orlando is seen by global sports leaders for many, many years to come. And I have a video so that you can see a little bit of what happened in 24 in Shanghai and Budapest.
China 1-2-3, Sun Sibei, Sun Jackie, Deng Yawen. What an incredible event it's been here.
Sassavan trying to get back in the race. Already shown with the half-round lead. It's the Vivic on Hunside, is it? It is indeed! 6-5-4 for Zhao.
Oh! Logan on course here to second place.
Brilliant run.
Nice.
Really good run from Anthony Jean-Jean. Your Olympic champion, second place here, Logan Martin. Your winner here today from France, Anthony Jean-Jean. He was unstoppable, wasn't he?
The real interesting part of the video that caught my eye immediately was obviously the competitive spirit and what's happening here in front of us that's obvious to the eye. but also to know that in the crowd that day was the president of the International Olympic Committee, Thomas Bach, a number of dignitaries from around the globe, heads of state from many of these countries, because depending on what sport it is, so many of these athletes are encouraged, supported, represented, and funded by their governments, their country's governments. So really interesting and exciting to potentially have Christy Coventry, who is the first female president of the IOC, with us here in just a couple of years. Going on to a photo that I hope you've all seen. This would be our first time hosting an international multi-sport Olympic qualifier working with the IOC. We have hosted numerous U.S. qualifiers in many different sports and have a long history working with the U.S. OPC, most notably, of course, the 2024 Olympic Team Trials Marathon that marked history as the first time this event ever took place in the state of Florida. If you don't recall, it transformed Orlando's downtown streets into a vibrant celebration of the Olympic spirit. I was blown away. I mean, we had some projections on how many folks we would have out, and it was over 100,000 fans along the course cheering on the nation's top marathoners, and we did send 6 women and 6 men to Paris to compete representing Team USA. This community opportunity would bring the Olympic rings to Orlando. There would be 3 events. It would be the IOC's Olympic Qualifier Series in June, and then they would host Olympic events in Los Angeles and Southern California, and believe it or not, Oklahoma City. There's a couple of events taking place there as well. From a little bit of an event history standpoint, just to give you a visual on what it has looked like and then what we would plan here for Orlando, for Orange County. This is a look at the footprint in Shanghai. So you can see that it's a celebration of culture and arts and music, and of course, at that time for sports. Breakdancing is no longer part of the Olympics. That was one of the 4 sports that they hosted back in 2024. And if I move forward, I can share a little bit about some of the metrics and some of the marketing of the 2 destinations that were involved back in 2024. As it relates to media promotional value, see here on the slide, over 245 million engagements on social media, broadcast to over 120 countries with a massive social engagement. These events were televised on NBC, Peacock, the CBC, many other international carriers around the globe. On this slide here, 2/3 of all earned social engagement, no surprise these days, came from the athletes themselves. It was their generated their generated content. 464 athletes competed back in Shanghai and Budapest. Our number would grow to 592 athletes. They had over 150 athletes qualify for Paris. You can see on the screen, 23 of them became medalists and 8 of them became Olympic gold medal champions, representing 55 different countries with an equal split of women to men. I think that this is kind of the emotional tie to these opportunities. We all probably just watched the Winter Olympics and know how popular both the Winter and Summer Olympics are. But these athletes certainly will have the sheer thrill of becoming an Olympian. It will happen right here in Orange County. We have just about $6 million just in value for the number of times that our community will get mentioned in all of the articles and all of the social media that happens throughout the event. And you can see back 2 years ago, the number of engagements, 180 million engagements where on social media posts mentioning the host cities' names as well. I love the fact, and sometimes we have to work with our partners to do this, but that Olympic qualifier series with the 5 rings would include the word Orlando. So our community would have this historic place and legacy for forever as they would create all of their branding around what we are doing and trying to accomplish here in our community. The slide here is the slide that I do want to spend a little bit of time on because I think it's really relevant.
Jason Siegel, the President and CEO of the Greater Orlando Sports Commission, giving this presentation to the Orange County Board of County Commissioners about the city's bid to bring the 2028 Olympic Qualifier Series here to Orlando. Sounds like a really cool, multiple sports would be involved in that 4-day festival at Camping World Stadium and Tinker Field, and would be the final chance for a number of athletes, more than 100 athletes, to qualify for the 2028 Los Angeles Olympics. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. It is 12:32. We appreciate you joining us. We are still tracking a number of things coming up this afternoon, including 2 o'clock White House press briefing that we will bring to you live. Still several more bills that we are watching on the Florida House of Representatives that will be coming up for debate shortly. One of them being a bill that would prevent local governments from spending, from using official money on DEI related things, diversity, equity, and inclusion. So we will get you to that debate of that bill shortly. That's expected to come up in the next little bit. Right now, though, I want to get you back to this Orange County Board of County Commissioners meeting where we're hearing this really interesting presentation from the Greater Orlando Sports Commission talking about the city's bid for the 2028 Olympic Qualifier Series. You're seeing some of the events that would be part of that, the final chance for a number of athletes to punch their ticket to the 2028 Olympics in Los Angeles. Let's go ahead and listen in.
District right down the road, they just successfully hosted a USA Climbing National Championship qualifier and have already over 1,000 members. So we know the climbing community would be excited. 64 athletes would take place in beach volleyball competition. It should be no surprise to anybody in Orange County how wildly popular volleyball is. USA Volleyball with over 40,000 registered athletes. AAU has over 33,000 registered athletes. And then lastly, And I'm going to spend a little bit of time here because to me, when we were having these conversations, when the IOC was negotiating, I'm probably sharing a little bit too much on public airwaves, but when the IOC was negotiating with each of the different sports, and we were having conversations going back to, we were meeting with the IOC in Paris in 2024. We then visited the IOC face-to-face in April of 25. We were unsure of which sports would be involved in this opportunity, and it was really important to us that certain sports were represented because we felt like that would drive economic impact for our community. Flag football, every indication right now is that the explosion in popularity here in the USA is adjacent and probably comparable to what may have been happening with youth soccer 25 years ago. USA flag football has over 40,000 kids registered. My 8-year-old, we were out there Sunday at Bishop Moore, and it was the fields were packed with second and third graders registered here. Florida proudly was the first state in the United States to sanction girls flag football as a high school varsity sport. This opportunity is also really, really incredibly interesting and a big opportunity because NFL players will play for the U.S. and play in the Olympics. So I would share with you a couple of more recent notes. 4 weeks ago, the NFL made a substantial investment. We'd be partnering with the NFL. They made a substantial investment in flag football. And just yesterday, Tom Brady and Fanatics announced a significant partnership with USA Football, which is the governing body for flag. So we see the momentum. This is all going to hit a crescendo here in Orlando in June of 28, leading into the Summer Olympics. On the next slide, we have already started conversations with many of the nonprofits in this community to assist with volunteer recruitment, community activation, ticket sales, legacy programming. Like I said, starting 1 year out from the event itself, making sure that we have tickets in the hands of kids who can come and watch, participate, volunteer, and have a role in all of what we're trying to accomplish, expose them to all of these opportunities. Special Olympics, Boys and Girls Club, United Way, Orange County Public Schools had a great conversation with Lonnie Flores, their athletic director. We're going to reach out to Valencia College. We're going to reach out to the YMCAs. We want to make sure this is a tremendous opportunity that we take full advantage of. And then lastly, I'm proud to say that already in just a short period of time, we've enlisted multiple Olympic medalists to be part of our community ambassadors. You heard from Dennis Mitchell earlier today in public comment. Dennis participated in 3 Olympics, 4 medals. He trains Olympic athletes here in our community in West Orange at Horizon High School. So they're right here in Orange County, training Sha'Carri Richardson and TT and all of the wonderful athletes that compete in our that train here to compete on the Olympic stage. So really excited about Tiffany Zahadak and Phil Dalhouser and Rowdy Gaines and Amari Jones and Dennis Mitchell and Jeff Turner agreeing to be the first set of Olympic ambassadors for us leading into this opportunity. Base drivers, and we'll talk business, of course, the economic impact. We know that there are a lot of factors that go into these decisions. First and foremost, return on investment. Second, the marketing of our destination. And then, of course, for the residents of our community. This is a terrific need period for our community as it relates to hotel rooms and hotel stays. In this window, there are 3 different weekends that we could work with the IOC to select. It's a little bit of a mutual conversation, what's best for us, what's best for them, and then ultimately feel like we already have 40 hotels who have agreed to put blocks aside for us so that we can continue to get close to our goal of multiple thousands of rooms on peak so that we can execute on the opportunity. And then the second to last slide, you can see the 3 date patterns. that we are working with the IOC to zero in on, May 25th to 28th, June 1st to 4th, June 8th to 11th. I did mention Camping World Stadium would be the primary venue, with secondary venues for the welcome reception and opening and closing ceremonies, along with our projected room nights of 25,000 room nights, projected economic impact of $48 million. And lastly, on the last slide, the requested action of $15 million to be used for expenses on this International Olympic Qualifier Series. Our organization will we won't exceed $150,000 for the event pursuit expenses, but at the same time, would turn it back to you, Mayor. I'm happy to answer any questions about the opportunity, and thank you for the opportunity to present it to you all.
That presentation continuing right now in Orange County, but let me get you to Tallahassee, where we are hearing the introduction of SB 1134, the anti-DEI spending bill, would prevent local governments from using official funds on diversity, equity, and inclusion. There was a lot of debate about this when it was in committee in both chambers. Let's go ahead and listen in as Representative Black presents that bill.
In K through 12 education, our university system, our state, and now our federal governments. But members, we still have work to do. Much of the division of our peoples and wasted money is occurring in municipal and county governments. Just a few examples include in Pinellas County, staff faced mandatory participation in DEI training on subjects such as the importance of pronouns. In Alachua County, they have a multi-day training program that indoctrinates senior county staff to reject white culture. And they are taught that white culture includes things such as objectivity, a sense of urgency, professional credentials, being on time for work, and making progress. All are taught as negative characteristics. Broward County spent $900,000 on DEI training, and that included pushing gender fluidity and transgender ideology. The training included the genderbread person. They also awarded $2.8 million in cultural grants on the basis of DEI. And in my home city of Jacksonville, the city continues to fund Jasmine, an organization that in the past used local grant money to distribute scores of pornographic images depicting male genitalia to children. Senate Bill 1134 builds on our previous work by prohibiting counties and municipalities from any official action related to DEI and stipulates a definition for acting in an official capacity. The bill also prohibits county and cities from providing or authorizing its funds to be used by employees, contractors, volunteers, vendors, or agents to promote DEI initiatives. The bill defines DEI office and officer, and provides for enforcement. The bill provides numerous exceptions. These exceptions have been adopted subsequent to many discussions over nearly 2 years with various stakeholders from both sides of the aisle. Accordingly, the bill does not prevent counties and municipalities from promoting recognized federal and state holidays, recognized federal and state observances, promoting patriotic observances, promoting or supporting a nonprofit entity that provides single-sex programs for homelessness or education, counseling, and rehabilitation of trauma-involved or at-risk youth, recognizing or honoring the individuals and groups recognized and honored by official state monuments and memorials, authorized by Chapters 265 or 267, owning, operating, maintaining, funding, or conducting events at federal monuments and memorials listed in 54 U.S. Code and located in this state, issuing event permits in a content-neutral manner, and providing public safety services. The bill does not conflict with laws relating to male and female restrooms and changing rooms, laws ensuring that victims of domestic violence and their dependents have access to emergency shelters, laws prohibiting discrimination based on biological sex, laws ensuring males and females have access to public health services corresponding to their biological sex, laws ensuring individuals have access to public health services corresponding to their race or ethnicity, laws recognizing the inherent biological differences between males and females for the purposes of ensuring their health, safety, and welfare. And finally, it addresses contracting by requiring a potential recipient of a county or municipal contract or grant to certify to the county or municipality before being awarded such contract or grant that the potential recipient does not and will not use funds in requiring its employees and contractors, volunteers, vendors, or agents to ascribe to, study, or be instructed using materials related to DEI. This applies to any contract between a county or municipality and a DEI officer which is in existence after January 1st, 2027. With respect to all other contracts, Section 3 of the bill applies to contracts executed or renewed after January 1st, 2027. And, Mr. Speaker, that is the bill.
Members, before we start with questions, Representative Nix, you are recognized for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the distinct honor of telling you about, in the East Gallery, the 2025 IPSC Handgun World Shoot XX, which is the
So now, before they get into some of the debate on that bill, hearing an introduction, as the lawmakers often do, introducing some folks who are in the gallery today. So we're going to step aside and take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back. Breaking news here on Fox 35 News Plus, and I want to let you know we are monitoring a situation out of Baltimore, Maryland, where police are reporting that an officer has been shot in an active shooter incident there. We don't have a lot of details right now, still a developing story. Working on getting a feed as well that I can show you, but wanted to let you know we are monitoring that situation out of Baltimore. Meanwhile, right now I want to get you back to Tallahassee, where a debate is getting underway on this bill that would prevent local governments from using taxpayer money to for DEI efforts and other things like that. So let's go ahead and listen in as lawmakers getting the chance to ask some questions, and then we'll hear some debate as well live in Tallahassee.
work. How would this impact special events employees? Would they be prohibited from doing special events that would fall under those lines?
Representative Black.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative. Can you clarify that question and what line were you on again, please?
Representative Rayner. Stop the clock.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And it's lines 149 and 152. It says the basic administrative support provided by a body composed of non-elected volunteers, unless such administrative support is provided by a county employee whose sole function is the provision of such administrative support. So does that impact people who are only who only work in special events?
Representative Black.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Representative, for the clarification. The short answer would be no. A lot of counties and municipalities use advisory groups, and this is to allow them to have advisory groups and seek advice so that they can better their governance.
Representative Gant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Referencing lines 158 to 162, if a mayor commissioner has a float in a parade, would that be a violation of this bill? Yes or no?
Representative Black.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Representative, for the question. So nothing in the bill stops an elected official from being present at a public event. However, they may not do so acting in their official capacity.
Representative Gant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In regards to lines 87 and 89 and 207 and 210, which mention malfeasance and misfeasance, what is the threshold for malfeasance and misfeasance, and who determines the determination of the violation, meaning if it was a misfeasance or malfeasance?
Representative Black.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Representative. Misfeasance is defined as the improper execution of an act that a person has the legal right or duty to perform. The act itself is not unlawful, but the manner in which it is carried out breaches a standard of care. The actor intended to perform the task, but they executed it carelessly, negligently, or incorrectly, resulting in harm or loss to another party. And then as for malfeasance, malfeasance is defined as the improper execution of an act that a person...
State your point. Representative Gottlieb, state your point.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question dealt with the threshold for malfeasance, not the definition of malfeasance. It is a non-responsive, lengthy answer.
Representative Gottlieb, as you and I have discussed, pursuant to Rule 8.6b, the person who has the floor does not have to yield to any question. Having decided to yield to the question, he is entitled to give the answer he wishes to give. I will remind the Speaker and all of you that the rules also provide questions and answers cannot be used to run out the clock. So if everybody would govern themselves accordingly, that'd be great. But if you are not pleased with his answer because he's going into too much detail, that is within his discretion under the rules. Your point of order is not well taken. Representative Tant, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I have two questions as they pertain particularly to my county. Under your bill, I realize that Juneteenth will still be continued to be recognized as the Emancipation Proclamation Day. However, in my county, where the Florida African American History Director lives, we recognize May 20th as Emancipation Day because that is when Florida learned of the Emancipation Proclamation when it was read downtown here in Tallahassee. Will your bill require us to no longer do that? It is recognized by our city and our county, and they give employees that day off here.
Representative Black.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Representative. Excellent question. And since that would be a part of Black history, and since that's recognized under chapters 265 and 267, it would be permitted. And, you know, there's often a litany of a parade of possible events that gets brought up, and I can anticipate those questions. There's actually a formula in the bill to answer all of those questions. And what you do is just ask yourself, pour it through the definition and ask yourself, Does it fall within the definition of DEI? Now, if it doesn't, then you can do it. But if it seems to, then you just look to the statutory provisions, the exceptions in the bill, and see if any of those apply. If they do, then you can do that. Only if none of those apply does this affect you at all. Now, the prospective event, though, whatever it might be, could still be done. It's just that the municipality or county could not pay for it and could not promote it. And I hope that helps.
Representative Tant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that answer. The other one is, my other question is, my city has an Office of Economic Vitality that is specifically funded to do a couple of things. They assist minority, small, and independent businesses, which include women, African American, Hispanic, disabled, faith, and veteran-owned businesses to have opportunities, learn about grants, and support for growing, thriving, and success. Will this bill shut down my city's Office of Economic Vitality?
Representative Black.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative, for the question. I think I would need to get more fact-specific, but all of those areas that you're talking about are covered under representative statutes. So I'm going to say that you would be fine.
Time for debate has expired. Several minutes ago. I gave everybody a little extra time. Are there amendments?
On the list, Mr. Speaker.
The First Amendment.
Representative Gant offered the following amendment, barcode 658395. Remove lines 43 through 177 and insert an amendment.
Representative Gant, you're recognized to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is basically based on the bill's deepest flaws that stem from vague and undefined terms such as preferential treatment and special benefits, and programs designed or implemented with respect to certain classifications. These phrases lack clear understanding or clear standards and invite inconsistent enforcement, litigation, and administrative confusion for local governments. This amendment removes prongs 2 and 3 of the bill's definition of diversity, equity, and inclusion to eliminate that ambiguity and ensure the bill is enforceable, predictable, and constitutionally sound. Furthermore, with the confusion and the lack of response in committee and on the floor to what is the threshold to misfeasance and malfeasance, this bill also provides deeper clarity. By narrowing the definition, lawmakers can avoid unintended consequences while maintaining the bill's alleged stated objectives, and that is the amendment.
Questions of the sponsor. Representative Eskamani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Gant, I wanted to ask you, from your perspective, what is gained from removing this language? What would the benefit be for our local governments?
Representative Gant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Rep. Eskamani, for that great question. So what is gained? We see that this bill includes vague prohibitions and undefined programs and activities. And so while we do have like 10 to 12 carve-outs, that doesn't mean that local governments will still have the ability to understand and interpret and implement the law. Further, it prevents the chilling effect that vague and ambiguous language would create that comes from uncertainty. When we have the mention and the inclusions of misfeasance and malfeasance without guidance as to what is the threshold for misfeasance or malfeasance, that will inevitably cause local electeds to just not act. And that will have a detrimental impact on the constituents that elected them and that also elected us. Thank you.
Representative Nixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rep. Gant, without your amendment, are you concerned that if folks have put out resolutions for Ramadan or Muslim Heritage Month, or also to Representative Gant's point, similar to in Jacksonville, we have the JSEP program, Jacksonville Small and Emerging Business Program, where they help minority businesses. Are you concerned that if your amendment is not taking up that this could potentially stop programming to help assist minority business owners with learning how to get access to capital, also maybe some set-asides, as well as potentially, I don't know, getting in trouble for doing resolutions for Ramadan and things like that. Are you concerned that that would happen without your amendment?
Representative Gant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, yes, this amendment basically clarifies the definition of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And the bill's current definition is overly broad and it's vague, and it creates legal uncertainty for local governments. When we remove, if, you know, in the other timeline that the other actually exists, it probably wouldn't be in the bill. But since we're in this timeline, when you remove that vague, those vague portions, it prevents that chilling effect. And so those programs that you mentioned in your community and that Rep. Tant mentioned, I'm sure that is reflective of all over the state of Florida, where local electeds have responded to local needs by creating such programs. And this would clarify and create a more understandable and working definition for local electeds to function by.
Further questions? Is there an amendment to the amendment?
None on the desk, Mr. Speaker.
Is there a substitute amendment?
None on the desk, Mr. Speaker.
Is there debate on the amendment? Representative Honchowski in debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Gant, thank you for flagging this in this bill. As somebody who comes from local government, it is honestly continually insulting in this chamber the way local governments are kind of insinuating like they don't know what they're doing. If you read the section that you want to take out, it says promote or adopt training, programming, or activities designed or implemented with reference to race, color, sex, ethnicity, gender identity, or sexual orientation. What would be examples of this? Well, it's very hard to get straight answers from the sponsor. I tried in committee. But it could mean that you can't even have an Immigrant Heritage Month. It could mean you can't have a proclamation for Jamaican Independence Day, or you could be removed from office. It could mean that you can't celebrate Women's History Month or Women's Equality Day or Diwali or Chinese New Year or Easter. This is insane. And if we want to talk about wasting tax dollars, I would argue that this discussion is a waste of our tax dollars. And if we have to make so many exceptions to the rule, perhaps the rule is the problem. So I support your amendment very much, Representative Gant, and I hope that we can take these lines out so that we don't have to keep going to the sponsor who himself has trouble answering the questions of what's allowed and not allowed.
Representative Edmonds, in debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Gant, for this great amendment. Let me start with something we all can agree on. Good laws should be clear, constitutional, and workable for the people who must follow them. SB 1134 it raises several constitutional issues. First is vagueness under the Due Process Clause. The bill prohibits local governments from taking any official actions related to certain activities defined in the bill. That language is extremely broad. When laws are written this broadly, local governments cannot clearly determine what is allowed and what is not. Courts have repeatedly held that laws must give people clear notice of what conduct is prohibited. For example, would a city be allowed to partner with the Women's Chamber of Commerce to support women entrepreneurs? Would a county health department be allowed to host a men's health summit focused on prostate cancer awareness? Would a local government be allowed to support veterans workforce programs designed to help former service members transition into civilian jobs? Under the language of this bill, many local governments would not know the answer. When laws force governments to guess, courts often strike them down as constitutionally vague. Second, the bill raises contract clause concerns. It applies new restrictions to certain contracts that already exist when the law takes effect. Both the Florida Constitution and the U.S. Constitution prohibit laws that substantially impair existing contracts. Third, the bill allows private lawsuits against local governments, including damages and legal costs. I ask us to reconsider this bill. Thank you, members.
Representative Black.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the bill is not vague. Some people's understanding of the bill might be. But this bill was created with input from all sides. I have had an open door policy for nearly 2 years. To claim now that the exceptions in the bill is an indication of weakness in the bill is to forget that many of those exceptions were requested by people sitting in the back rows. You do not get to ask for accommodations of a bill, have your accommodations made to the bill, and then claim it made it weaker. If it did, then you did it. But I give you grace. I think your suggestions were good. And together, collaboratively through this process, we have made this bill better together. Members, this amendment is unnecessary, and I ask you to vote down.
Further debate. Representative Robinson F. in debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I truly want to thank Representative Gant for this amendment. And I truly believe that sometimes when you get this mic, people just don't tell the truth, and that's not cool. This piece of legislation, and I'm also someone that came from local government, and one thing I always try to tell you all in this body is that we have 67 counties in the state of Florida, and we have different communities, and they work differently sometimes, but that's because people are individuals. This piece of legislation, although it was said it wasn't broad, it is broad, and I wouldn't even say it's broad, it's very subjective, meaning that it's not exact, meaning that you're not thinking about all Floridians in all areas. When we talk about the different things that people celebrate or that they want to do to bring community and bring their people together, this piece of legislation is trying to stop that. When we talk about the training, the 2 sections that you're talking about, that will actually help our residents and our small businesses, I can't understand why, as a legislative body, we would want to take this out. It appears that instead of us trying to move forward as the state of Florida, it seems as if we're trying to go back in time when there was things in place to hinder people to move forward.
Representative Robinson, sorry, time has expired. Representative Gant, you're recognized to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So to clarify, my request was to actually TP this bill, okay? Not to change it or make any exceptions. Now, what I'm going to say is, if you don't believe in rain, if it's raining outside, you're going to go outside and you're going to get wet. So saying that just because we're saying that it's vague doesn't mean that it's actually vague. Actually, it does, because every single time we ask a question for definitions on this bill, and I've seen it 3 times in committee and now on the floor, I could not get a straight answer. I also want to remind this body that we do DEI in here all the time. Local bills are DEI. Hello? Local governments are not our enemy. So we have these undefined terms, undefined thresholds of misfeasance and malfeasance in here. Our local electeds are our colleagues, not our enemies. This bill will cause so much litigation because it is vague and overbroad, and I would say it's actually unconstitutional. The last thing I'll say is we just passed another bill that could be labeled as DEI or affirmative action when we said that we want 95% of Florida students to be admitted to our universities. That is, in essence, affirmative action under DEI. We have so many contradictions here in this body when it comes to certain things. And then I'll also say that in the bill, when I asked in committee what's the definition of race versus what's the definition of color, there's no statutory definition of race or color to define this for our constituents, for our local electeds. So we are creating a more defined, more succinct definition in this bill that I will never vote for, not in committee, not on the floor, not even on if I win the lotto, okay? And I'm feeling generous. This bill is created to separate and to divide even further. Every last one of us in here is different. That's diversity. Every last one of us in here wants to be treated equally. That's equity. Every last one of us in here wants to be included in our community's voices to be heard. That is inclusion. When we want to talk about DEI, we're eliminating veterans, we're eliminating making accommodations for people with different abilities. We just passed a bill about autism. That's DEI. Understanding different people and their experiences is DEI. And so now we're telling local governments that, oh, I was not competent when I served in the local capacity, but now that I'm up here in Tallahassee, I'm way more competent to tell you what to do with your community. The same people that elected them that elected us? No, it's wrong. This is wrong. This amendment is attempting to make something that is morally and ethically wrong, in my opinion, better for our local electeds to function under, because we like to preempt and mandate everything for local electeds, even though we don't do it for our...
Thank you. Time has expired. All those in favor of the adoption of the amendment say yay. Those opposed say no. No. Show the amendment is not adopted. Members, the Speaker of the House. All right. We are going to get into the next farewell remark from Representative Andrade. Representative Andrade, you are recognized.
So while discussion of that bill continues, Eric, taking a little bit of a break from that and getting ready to hear a farewell speech from Representative Alex Andrade, who has faced some criticism even from members of his own party for some of the stances he has taken over the past couple of sessions. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, and continuing to track breaking news. A live look right now in Baltimore, where we have learned that 2 police officers there have been shot in the middle of an active shooter situation. It also sounds like, according to reports, that a suspect has been shot as well. We are working to learn more information. This is in Park Heights Avenue of Baltimore. You can see from the shot there. Crime scene tape up, number of police units and tactical units on that scene. Still very much a developing story that we are keeping an eye on as it develops this afternoon. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. I want to take you to an event earlier today in South Florida in Broward County, where Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz presented a check of more than $500,000 in federal funding to the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. Obviously, this is kind of in a similar vein to some of what we heard yesterday from State Attorney General James Othmeyer talking about child predators, the prevalence of them on so many apps. This Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force really looks to crack down on those predators and people preying on others, on children using apps and web platforms and, all the technology of today. I want to play for you this news conference from earlier today at the Broward County Sheriff's Office as we heard from Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz from the Broward County Sheriff and other officials there in South Florida talking about these efforts to keep kids safe.
Thank you so much for all the incredibly hard work you do to keep us safe here in Broward County every single day. I feel very thankful to be a Broward County resident that, has raised my family here and really has the comfort of knowing that this guy and you all have our backs every single day. And I'm really so proud to be able to be your partner in the effort towards keeping Broward County safe, because I'm here to deliver $535,000 in federal funding that will assist BSO and South Florida Internet Crimes Against Children's Task Force to help identify both victims and offenders. All of our lives, we know, are increasingly intertwined with the internet, and those who would commit crimes against our children know that too, and they know that reality all too well. That's why almost 2 decades ago, I worked with then Senator Joe Biden to introduce and pass into law bipartisan federal legislation called the Protect Our Children Act. And it codified the Internet Crimes Against Children task forces, which were previously not embedded in federal statutory law. And I've passed several bipartisan Protect Our Children Act reauthorization bills, including one just in December, to make sure that we can continue having federal resources flow to the ICACs, as well as ensure that we can continue to expand their reach. Incredibly important. This national network of law enforcement agencies who are dedicated to investigating, prosecuting, and developing effective responses to those who use the internet to prey upon and exploit our most vulnerable members of society need more support than ever before, because the amount of predators on the dark web is exploding. From 1998 to 2023, ICAC task forces reviewed 7 million reports of online child exploitation, resulting in the arrest of more than 134,000 predators. That's why I'm honored not only to be able to support federal funds for ICAC task forces nationwide, but to secure funding for our local task force on the front lines to protect our community. The South Florida ICAC task force has seen a 157% increase in cyber tips received from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and the already grueling demands on the task forces are tragically only growing with now AI simulations. AI simulations are just as illegal as the real thing. This funding will provide funding for digital forensic software, a forensic van upgrade, and investigative tools to assist the dedicated analysts in identifying victims and offenders, to both get them off the internet and away from our children, and to assist them and law enforcement in rescuing these children, because all of these photos, all of these situations are crime scenes. As predators become more technologically advanced, we must ensure that law enforcement is able to stay ahead of the curve. But I know that we must do more, which is why I partner with my colleague, Republican Congresswoman Ann Wagner from Missouri, who is helping me lead this effort in the House to secure increased funding to the ICAC task forces. Of all the programs and agencies that Congress funds, those dedicated to keeping our children safe from sexual predators demands sufficient resources. Anything less is unacceptable. And as we begin the fiscal year 2027 appropriation cycle, I'll continue to fight and use my post as a senior member of the House Appropriations Committee to direct more resources to these critical programs. And before I turn it over to our sheriff, I want to take a moment to thank the analysts and law enforcement who work at the South Florida ICAC Task Force. It is an excruciatingly difficult job, both mentally and emotionally. I have spent lots of time with folks who do this work over many, many years, and it is not lost on me that your job is to investigate CSAM, child sexual abuse materials. This work is gutting, and involves seeing images and evidence of some of the very worst acts that adults can do to our children. The fortitude that you all exhibit is inspiring, and it is truly heroic. So thank you for your commitment to protecting children and holding predators accountable. We honestly are forever indebted to you. And please know this, I will continue to fight for Broward residents every day that I'm in Congress, for children across the country. And now it's my honor to turn it over to the man who runs this shop, our sheriff, Gregory Tony. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you all for attending here. The Congresswoman has spoke very articulate about the nature of what ICAC does, so it saves me some time in reducing the redundancy behind it. What I would like to say on a personal note to the Congresswoman, for many of you all, you don't understand the day-to-day conversations that she and I held related to the public safety interests for the entire Broward County. And it's no surprise that she is successful, not this year, but several years of providing funds and getting money back into ICAC so that we can perform our job. This isn't our first rodeo. So far, there's been over $1 million+ that the Congresswoman has secured for us, allowing us to enhance the services that we're doing. I've always stated this, and I think it's fundamental for all of us in this room and for everyone who serves in the public safety arena. There's nothing more important than protecting the future assets of this country, and that is our children. We can't afford to allow them to be harmed and victimized and forgotten about when the dark web and the internet is really taking advantage of all the modern technology that we currently have, from the apps to the iPhones and everything else that is making our kids so much more vulnerable. I also want to thank Raven. Raven is a operating group that is comprised of a great deal of former commanders that have participated serving in ICAT and decided that they weren't done. They wanted to do more. And so they decided to create their own operating group that provides more education, can bridge these gaps and allow us to continue to expand this mission. The Congresswoman talked a little bit about statistics and where we are. And I have a little bit more to follow up on, because from 2017, we had roughly 2,300 tips that came in. And within just an 8-year period, in 2025, we had 25,161. I think that speaks to not only the awareness aspect of which ICAC has been able to provide to the community, that there is a resource available for people to provide these tips, but it also speaks to the imperative nature that this threat is not going anywhere anytime soon. And in fact, it appears to be expanding. That's a 977% increase in just 8 years. Another statistical analysis that I like to point out related to the success and the hard work that the men and women at ICAC is getting done. In 2025, we had over 535 arrests, which actually reflects a 71% increase just in 1 year. Again, we're seeing the enhancements, we're seeing the improvements, but for every 532 that we had in terms of success, what did we miss? What did we not get? Whether it be because of manpower or technology. There's 22 offenders arrested while actively molesting children. These are live cases where our members were able to get to these individuals and put the threat to a halt. 1,184 victims were identified in the last year. 12 children were rescued from ongoing abuse. 207 internet safety presentations was conducted. So it's not just a matter of performing investigations, but going back out into the community and making sure that we educate the public on what's happening out here. And another 429 prevention and outreach activities was conducted by the task force in just 2025. This is something that's very important to me as a sheriff, to continue to see these cases pop up. And just last week or so, I dedicated 3 new detectives that will be assigned to ICAC. And we're going to continue to try to expand that. The agency is going through some restructuring right now to make sure that we're using tax dollars at its most efficient level. And I can't imagine anyone in this public that wouldn't support expanding this unit, because again, our kids represent the future of this nation. So Congresswoman, we really greatly appreciate your support here. I love being able to call you and know that you have many battles in DC right now beyond this particular issue, but keep fighting on behalf of the good people of this country, and we'll keep fighting here in Broward County. So thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I just can't really underscore enough how important it is that the partnership between elected officials, but the federal and local law enforcement partnership is so critical. You know, to be able to have direct access to the sheriff when I need him to be aware of something, when he needs me to be aware of something. He's not exaggerating. We speak regularly. He keeps me updated on what's going on, and I do the same. You know, serving on the Appropriations Committee, making sure that the resources that we need here, that I'm aware of where the deficits are, which honestly, unfortunately, include a reduction from the National Center towards our Broward ICAC, which is unacceptable. So that's why one of the reasons that I have used my ability to earmark funds for our ICAC so that we can ensure that they're going forwards in being able to go after more of these online predators than fewer. But we also have to make sure that we fix that. So trust me when I tell you I'm going to be getting to the bottom of why NCMEC is dialing back on the funding for our ICAC. That's unacceptable development, and I'm going to get on top of it alongside my good friend and colleague Jared Moskowitz, who also has brought home resources for this ICAC. So I want to make sure I give him an important shout out too. And now I want to introduce really the probably key person here, and that is the unit's commander, Sergeant Thomas McInerney. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Sergeant Thomas McInerney, Broward Sheriff's Office, and I have the honor of serving as the commander of the South Florida ICAC Task Force here. Our task force down here in South Florida covers 12 counties down here in South Florida. We have 63 agencies that make up our task force here in the 12 counties, and over 475 detectives, prosecutors, analysts, digital forensic techs that make up this task force. They're all very passionate about protecting children in this very difficult crime. I'd like to personally thank Congresswoman very much for her support, not only of our local task force, but also the national program as well. She's been instrumental for 30, 40 years now in the ICAC space, and we greatly appreciate it.
Well, maybe not 40.
30, I'm sorry.
A lot.
Throwing numbers out there. Also, like to thank the sheriff. Obviously, the host agency of the task force is the Broward Sheriff's Office. We've been the host agency since the inception back in the late 90s, and the sheriff's dedication to it is very much appreciated by those that work in the unit. This funding is going to enhance our capabilities. It's going to use the funding for our digital forensic capabilities and enhancing them. Majority of the evidence in these crimes is located on digital devices and online platforms, and we have to continue to stay up to speed with that. So we use this funding for much needed equipment and software licensing, allowing us to get that evidence quicker and find these offenders, put them behind jail, and have successful prosecution. So thank you once again. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. So now it's really my pleasure to be able to present a big check of $535,000 from the United States.
Colonel, go ahead and deposit this.
And we're happy to take any questions that anyone has, that the press has.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Just identify your outlet. Okay. They can.
Yeah, so it's actually over 540 now, but that's for the entire 12 counties here in South Florida. That's the cumulative arrest of all the individuals that make up our task force over last year. Primarily those that are trading child pornography, or CSAM is called online, trading it or possessing it. Those leading to online exploitation of our kids, sending them harmful material, traveling to meet minors for sex, those type of crimes. So we're investigating sextortion, those type of crimes. And all these offenders are responsible for that. Yeah, the vigilante groups are popping up nationwide, including here in South Florida, as you're aware. We appreciate the attention they bring to the matter. However, their tactics are not something we condone them doing, the safety issues with that and the lack of prosecution of these individuals. This funding will definitely enhance our capabilities to locate these individuals faster and conduct those type of investigations, which we currently do.
One of the other things that I am working on is legislation that I filed called Sammy's Law, because the more information that we can get to parents or trusted supervisors for the potential threatening activity that children are involved in when it comes to their online activity, the better. So Sammy's Law would help make sure that third-party applications are able to be accessed by parents when there are very specific, dangerous, concerning activity that is flagged in an app by as a result of their child, like things like suicide and serious depression. There's a number of items, specific items enumerated in the legislation to ensure that a parent is made aware of concerning activity that might be dangerous to the child. Unfortunately, there are some applications that refuse to share that information with parents and make third-party applications for parent and child safety available to parents. So we just had that pass out of the Energy and Commerce Committee last week, and I expect it to be moving forward to the floor of the House of Representatives very soon.
Can you guys talk about what are some of the main platforms, some of the main online platforms that you partners are using? Is it Snapchat, IG, and what are just some of the strategies that you're using? Like, if you're tending to be someone your age, just can you talk about that?
Yeah, it's hard to identify a specific platform because every single platform that has a chat communication or interaction with individuals is a potential vulnerable spot for our children. Obviously, the more popular ones, like you mentioned there, the ones that are highly used by children, and the predators, know that, and they'll target those applications specifically. I mean, unfortunately, it's not age verification for a lot of these platforms, right? So anybody can pretend any age they want to be. You have kids pretending they're adults, adults pretending they're kids, and it causes a lot of problems, obviously. Anytime you have interaction online like that, it leads to potential.
Officials there in Broward County talking about the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, the work they do and the importance of that. We are continuing to track the developing story out of Baltimore that we've been tracking this afternoon. And I also want to give you an update on what we know about this situation in New York City, where police have reported a suspicious package in the area of Gracie Mansion, which is the home of the New York City mayor. And so you can see a large police presence there. The bomb squad is on the scene. So we're continuing to keep an eye on that as well. I can also give you a live look right now inside the White House press briefing room, where we're expecting to hear from Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt coming up at the top of the hour. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you another live look inside the White House press briefing room, where we're anticipating a press briefing coming up at around 2 o'clock from the White House press secretary amid the ongoing war in Iran. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon. live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Meanwhile, the ongoing conflict adding some new uncertainty when it comes to the economy. I'm pleased to be joined this afternoon by Dr. Sean Snaith, who's the director of the University of Central Florida's Institute for Economic Forecasting. Dr. Snaith, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
My pleasure.
So first, Dr. Snaith, I just want to get your take on what we're seeing right now from, as far as economic ripple effects, even just in the few days that this war has been going on.
Yeah, well, I think any of us or your viewers who have had to fill up the tanks on their vehicles at a gas station have already seen, the near-term effects of the Iran war. Gasoline prices certainly have surged. There's a lot of volatility. Today we're seeing, a significant decline in oil prices, 18% at last I checked. We were dealing with uncertainty, have been dealing with uncertainty in the economy. Most of it was surrounding trade and tariffs, compounded or reignited perhaps by the Supreme Court ruling. But the war in Iran is, has on top of this uncertainty sort of settled this fog of war. As far as the economy is concerned, we don't know how long it's going to last, how severe it will get. Will it spread beyond just Iran and the Middle East? It's going to, I think, continue to raise anxiety and create uncertainty. And in general, I think, the outlook for the economy has become, more difficult to predict. We were not forecasting recession here at the Institute for Economic Forecasting. We're still not, but the possibility of recession has certainly increased given the events in the Middle East.
You talk about uncertainty, and what does uncertainty do in addition to the other kind of tangible things that we know that are impacting some of these costs? How does uncertainty further kind of destabilize things when you're talking about these economic impacts?
Sure. I mean, markets, financial markets in particular, abhor uncertainty. Businesses, consumers, households, we have to make decisions that are contingent on what we believe or expect to be the economic environment in the future. And so when that path to the future becomes, more obscured, businesses become more hesitant to make commitments about, future decisions. So, businesses that were maybe looking at expanding or adding new locations or pursuing investment projects, when uncertainty wells up the way it has here, the natural tendency is to just, step off the playing field and get back on the sidelines and wait and see what's going to transpire, what's going to happen, how will all these events play out. And that is the impact of uncertainty is a diminished level of activity, a reduced willingness to sort of step into this fog because you just don't know what the landscape looks like under the cover of, in this case, the uncertainty of war.
When we talk about these costs, these increased costs and things that folks across the country are already kind of dealing with, who does that hurt the most, especially when we consider that we've already been dealing with the inflation and other issues as well?
Yeah. Well, so we're still on the tail end of dealing with the highest rate of inflation that we've seen in the United States in more than 40 years. Um, and so viewers now who are younger than 50 had never experienced the type of inflation that we had seen just a few years ago. And so during that time, of course, rents were rising, energy prices were rising, food costs were rising. These are all major budget items for households, right? Food, transportation, housing. I mean, for middle income, lower income households, you're talking about 2/3 of their monthly budget goes to these items. So they had already gone up significantly. And what we also observed during that time when inflation was rising to its most recent peak was that credit card balances and credit card debt had soared to a new all-time high, and still they're hovering nationwide at about 1.3 trillion. And so these households are dealing with this debt that they accumulated just trying to get by during the inflation, and now we're kind of circling back into a situation where just filling up the gas tank is an additional strain on the budget, and we don't know how long these pressures are going to remain. We don't know how much of this higher energy cost will be transferred and passed along into the costs of goods and food and other items that rely on the logistics chain to get from where they're produced to where you and I as consumers purchase.
As this war in Iran continues right now, where do things go from here when it comes to the economic outlook and some of your projections?
We just released our most recent forecast for the U.S. economy, and we'll have a forecast for Florida and all of its metro areas out in a few weeks. But it makes things difficult because we just don't know what's going to happen with the Iran situation. Just the volatility today in terms of the dramatic decline in oil prices was not something that I think many people would have predicted a few days ago. So it makes things more difficult. It does increase the probability that the economy could enter into a recession. It does not guarantee that fact. If this somehow it is resolved in a matter of weeks and the outcome is known, this will be in the rearview mirror, and the economy will move on from that and deal with whatever comes next. But it's not a positive development in any way. I mean, other than military spending, which of course will spike as a result of this. But in terms of uncertainty, in terms of the cost of living, this is another challenge, another hurdle that has been put in front of the U.S. consumer that has been running the steeplechase for quite a few years now.
Dr. Sean Snaith, UCF economist, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus this afternoon and walking us through all of that.
Okay. Thank you for having me.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. All right, we are clear. We are clear.
All right.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Still monitoring a number of developing situations this afternoon. Here's a live look in Baltimore, where we've learned 2 officers and a suspect have been shot. We're still waiting to learn some more information about that. And then another live look in the area near Gracie Mansion, the home of the New York City mayor, where a suspicious package had been found. The bomb squad is near that area. This is a live look at that scene. Give you also a live look right now in Tallahassee, Florida House of Representatives, where right now we are hearing more recognitions and some farewell speeches today as the session winds down. But things are likely not going to be finished in time. There's still a long way to go with the budget and a number of other issues as well that we know will call lawmakers back to at least one special session that is already scheduled for next month. But obviously the most pressing thing being the budget. We know they went into overtime last year, and it looks like things will be heading that way again. So we'll talk more about that in our 2 o'clock hour with Kimberly Leonard from Politico. We are also standing by for a White House press briefing at the White House. Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, expected to speak around 2 o'clock, so we will keep an ear out for that and updates, especially when it comes to the war in Iran. We were just talking with Dr. Sean Snaith about some of those economic impacts of that ongoing conflict. But I do want to get you to the floor of the House, where earlier today, State Representative Anna Eskamani, a Democrat from Orlando, who is now going to be running for Orlando City Mayor next year, gave her farewell speech. She is term limited in the House of Representatives, and so not running again. But she had a chance to give her farewell speech, and here's a little bit of what she had to say earlier today.
We're going to start with Representative Eskamani. You are recognized, young lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 8 years ago, I walked into this chamber as the daughter of working class immigrants raised in Orlando who relied on public schools, public health care, and public servants that I did not know, but who believed that government could be a force for good. Believe it or not, I am not someone who ever wanted to run for public office, ever. In 5th grade, I wrote an award-winning essay telling the world I want to be an engineer. And as an Iranian American, my choices, according to my parents and ancestors, were limited to being a doctor, engineer, or worst case scenario, a lawyer. But like so many in this chamber, politics found me. My first attempt at being an organizer was when I was 10 years old, and my best friend at the time was being moved to a different class, thus a different lunch period. So I collected petitions to keep her in my class and deliver them to the school principal. Because as we know, all politics is local. And though I lost that first campaign, I never stopped advocating for issues, big or small, that I cared about. When I got to UCF back in 2008, I got involved with campus organizing and met a lot of political voices that have walked into these chambers, like State Representative Scott Randolph, his wife Susanna Randolph, Amy Mercado, Steve Shale, so many that looked at this bright-eyed 18-year-old and thought that maybe there was something in her where she could fill those same shoes in the future. They helped me understand the power and importance of local and state government. After completing my undergraduate degree from UCF, go Knights, charge on, in 2012, I was offered a job at my local Planned Parenthood. I actually was offered a lunch at the Panera Bread down the street, and the incoming CEO, who was a young leader herself, Jenna Tosh, offered me a very intro-level job at Planned Parenthood. And I would work there for about 7 years. Rose in the ranks, became the Senior Director of Public Affairs and Communications, went through a merger in 2015 where my service area grew from 4 to 22. As you imagine, I became a road warrior, managing a team of 6, fighting for reproductive health and freedom, and coming to this building with patients to tell their stories. But in 2018, I went from an advocate chasing lawmakers in the halls to a member right here on the House floor. And now you can't run away from me. And so there's so many different people in my life that has brought me to this point where I am today that I want to make sure I give flowers to and recognize. First is my family. My dad, who is one of the most selfless and patriotic people you will meet, he cares so deeply about this country as an immigrant. My big brother, Aria, and sister-in-law, Melanie, who live in Miami now. And, of course, my angel mother, Nasreen. And my twin sister, Ida, who is in the gallery today, in the East Gallery. Give everyone a wave, Ida. I do have a twin sister. Members, everything my twin sister touches turns into a burst of color, though she always chooses to wear black every day. In 2004, our angel mother passed away after a long fight with colon cancer. My sister always reminds me that with a loss like that, thank you, members, there's always a hole in your heart. But as my sister says, if you allow that heart to get bigger, it just feels much more manageable. And so thank you, Ida, for being that tender warrior and for my partner in crime through all of these years and all this work. I cannot have done any of this without you. I love you. Okay, I was trying to break the record not crying, Mr. Speaker, but I failed. I also want to acknowledge my family in Iran. Many members know that I'm a proud Iranian American, and my family is not representative of the regime in Iran, and I ask humbly that you pray for their safety and the safety of all innocent people and of our service members who are caught in the middle of war and conflict. Second, I have to give a shout out to my amazing teachers. Mr. Kendall, who was my brother's and my science teacher all through middle school and into high school, he came to my mom's funeral with a basket of candy and sodas and treats to remind my sister, myself, and my brother that it was okay to still be kids despite the heaviness of the loss that we had experienced. To Mr. Juergens, my technical director at University High School, who gave us a safe place to learn and grow in theater and to fall in love with the act of storytelling and, of course, Broadway. And to Mr. Norris, my AP government teacher, who inspired us to become more civically engaged and pushed me to minor in political science, which eventually became a major. There are so many more teachers in my public school system that I could give a shout out to, but I also want to acknowledge my UCF professors, Dr. MC Santana and Dr. Preston Sindler of the UCF Women and Gender Studies program. Great program, despite debate here. Dr. Sadri, Dr. Jewett of the Political Science Department, and of course, my dissertation chairwoman, Dr. Knox, who stuck with me for 8 years. I started my PhD program before I filed for office. Again, didn't think I was going to do this, and kept at it. And despite COVID-19 and all the challenges of serving legislature, I finished my program in 2024. UCF is truly where I grew up as an advocate, and I want to, of course, let y'all know that many of my intimidating questions and good debate points comes from my work at UCF. Third, I want to acknowledge my amazing constituents. I've had the honor of representing 7 different municipalities: Orlando, Winter Park, Edgewood, Belle Isle, Maitland, the historic town of Eatonville, and parts of unincorporated Orange County. Many of the newer members might not remember this, but I ran in a swing seat. So it was a very tough election cycle. For anyone who's done it, you know what I'm talking about. And it forced me to also get out of my comfort zone, to meet constituents of all backgrounds, and knock on doors, whether it's yard signs, not for me next door, right? And it helped me learn different viewpoints from across the political spectrum, and it also pushed me to be thoughtful in how I build bridges to solve problems. I represent some of the wealthiest zip codes in Central Florida, but I also serve those who are living under I-4 without a home. No matter how much money you have or don't have, your needs are my priority. And I thank you for trusting me, the constituents of District 42, with your stories and your future. Serving you has been the honor of my lifetime. You reminded me every day that representation is not about a title. It's about responsibility, access, and accountability. And finally, members, the fourth and last group of people that have impacted me more than ever are all of you here in the Florida House. And I wish there was time to acknowledge every single person here. because I would have endless stories to tell, and we'd be here, Mr. Speaker, all night. Maybe that's a good way to TP the next bill. But But I first want to thank my staff, including my campaign staff, super volunteers, and interns all over the years. And that includes so many people, but to name a few, Alex, Lauren, Brent, James, Madison, Victoria, Zane, Jasmine, Shala, who's here in the gallery, David, Allison, Shane, Juan, Andrea, Sammy, Kaylee, Ken, Wally, Ricardo, and of course, Cheyenne. These are the folks, yeah, we can hear it, okay. You are all, like all the staffers for our teams, the unsung heroes of this work. You carried the late nights, the constituent calls, the research, the canvassing, the heartbreak, and the hope. You are public servants in the truest sense, and I'm proud to say that my legislative offices, especially here in Orange County, many of the legislative offices have hired Team Anna interns and alumni, and I'm just so grateful that we continue to impact this process way beyond my years here. And so I want to also, of course, acknowledge the staff that make this place run, the mighty cleanup crew, the IT crew, house printing, and the folks that keep us fed here every single day. You have no idea how much I love our conversations early in the morning and late at night, and how grateful I am to you. Solidarity, appreciation, and love to each one of you. To the committee staff, and especially my friends in the Ways and Means silo, the best committee. And to the Speaker's office, administrative staff, you are brilliant and nothing here would work without you. To the sergeants, I feel like I've inherited several new Papa Bears and Mama Bears. Thank you for your watchful eyes, your gentle nods, knowing smiles, and for keeping us all safe.
So that is from Representative Eskamani's farewell address earlier today on the House floor. She spoke for a little bit longer as well, thanking many people, giving a lot of shout outs as well. I want to give you a live look right now at the White House press briefing room. We're anticipating that briefing starting shortly. Keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube. We'll be back with more live streaming news coverage on the other side of this break. We're going to welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live and to cover a lot more ground. So keep it right here, and we'll be right back.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. I want to let you know of a couple of developing stories that we are keeping an eye on this afternoon. Here's a live look in Baltimore, the city skyline. We've learned 2 officers and a suspect have been shot in what was initially reported as an active shooter incident there. So we're waiting on some more details about that. Can also give you a live look in New York City, where the New York Police Bomb Squad is on the scene near a Gracie Mansion after a report of a suspicious package that was found in that area. So we're keeping an eye on that situation as well. But right now, let me give you a live look inside the White House press briefing room. You see Fox's Jackie Heinrich on the left there, where we are getting ready to hear from the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, giving a briefing there any minute now. So we will bring that to you live when it begins. But we begin today by taking a look at Florida politics and a lot of things that are going on. We know that right now South Florida is kind of the epicenter for Republican members of Congress who are in Doral for a Republican members issues conference. We brought you a news conference live earlier today where we heard from House Speaker Mike Johnson, some of the other leadership talking about the big issues and some of the things that they are going to be talking about at this conference there. So I want to bring in Kimberly Leonard, a Politico reporter who is joining us live this afternoon from Doral, where she's been covering this issues conference. And we are having a little bit of issues with our connection, but Kimberly, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live this afternoon. I know it's been a busy day in Doral. What all's been going on there?
Hi, yes, House members, Republicans are here in Doral meeting to talk about some of their priorities ahead of the midterms. Their ability, how to draw a contrast with Democrats. And so they're holding all these different issue meetings to sort of get a status update about how the midterms are expected to go and what they should focus on.
Have we heard anything from them as far as what some of those things that they're discussing might be, or what do we think those signs point to?
Yeah, the biggest thing they've really been focused on is talking about the ways that the Republican tax bill will affect people's pocketbooks. Tax filing deadline is talking about, no tax on tips, how the child tax credit is going up. And so they're actually trying to really make sure that people know that they're the ones that passed that and that Democrats were the ones who opposed it. So that's a really big part of how they are messaging the midterms.
Meanwhile, let's talk about some other topics here when it comes to Florida politics, because especially down in South Florida, where we now are seeing a new candidate in a race that is targeting an incumbent Republican member of Congress. What can you tell us?
Yeah, that's right. Elliot Rodriguez, who worked, down here in the Miami area for CBS Miami for over 40 years, has thrown his hat in the ring to run for Congress against incumbent Republican Maria Elvira Salazar. And this is one of the races that Democrats think that they can flip. Don't know if they can. She won by 21 points last election, but they're bullish about it, and he's someone who is well known in the area, who could get a lot of attention, possibly a good amount of fundraising. And what's interesting too is that so he's a Democrat, he has a background in journalism as an anchor, and she also has a background being a TV news anchor. So it really is going to kind of pit 2 former TV types who are used to sort of being in the spotlight, being invited into people's living rooms, through their televisions against each other, if he were to win the primary, because it is already a crowded primary.
Now let's talk about redistricting as well. We know that is something that could be coming to Florida in a special session, but a lot of eyes from across the country, really on what might be happening with that.
Right. Well, this past weekend, Representative Lauren Underwood, who is a Democrat from Illinois, was in town to basically give a shot in the arm to other Democrats. And she sat down with me and she talked about the fact that she thought if the state were to further do redistricting or draw up new maps, that it actually may not end up being in Republicans' favor. She said it could backfire. We haven't seen the maps yet. We don't know what they're going to look like, but there may be a sense that the maps where they are now are as positive for Republicans as they're going to be. And so they'll be meeting at the end of April to begin the process. That is, if everyone is on board. And, it's just made things very interesting in terms of interviewing different candidates for these races where they're running in districts where they're not exactly sure that that's what their districts are going to look like. So I'm sure the candidates are pretty anxious to find out where they should be campaigning and what their chances are in these different races.
But before we get to that, the budget, still a lot of questions about that. Still seems like there's a pretty significant gap in things, and really no hope of the legislative session in Tallahassee ending on time yet again.
That's right. It will not. They are still trying to figure it out. The House Speaker acknowledged that they would not be ending on time, and so it'll be stretched out. And let's not forget, with the special session already happening, folks could be in Tallahassee for quite a long time. And in fact, they altered their fundraising rules to be able to make sure that they could still do some fundraising while they're working on special sessions, because this is, after all, still an election year. And then the other thing to tag on top of that is that property taxes is something that they still want to do to reduce what people pay for their homes. And so that is still TBD as well. So we are, here toward what would be the, 3 days off from the end of session, and there's still so many unanswered questions.
All right. Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see what happens. Kimberly Leonard, we appreciate you joining us live from Doral this afternoon. And thanks for fighting through the bandwidth issues there. Thanks for joining us. Always good talking with you.
Yeah, sorry about that. We do the best we can, but I'm happy to join you.
That's right. You got to do what you got to do sometimes. We appreciate your time. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Live look right now inside the White House press briefing room where we're getting ready for a briefing from Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. We'll bring that to you when it does begin. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. Got Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who is joining me now. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. We actually have two officer-involved shootings to talk about today. The first one I'm going to talk about happened yesterday afternoon over in Newport Richey, that is in Pasco County, and we're told that everything started around noon yesterday when a man and a woman, they were clearing out a lot that they owned, and the man ended up calling 911 because a guy who lives across the street came over to them. This man said the suspect was harassing him as well as the woman, and while this man was on the phone with 911, shots were fired. That suspect shot that man while he was on the phone with dispatchers. That man collapsed at a nearby intersection, while the woman, who was also shot, managed to run away. When deputies arrived, they began rendering aid to both victims, and while helping the man, who unfortunately later died from his injuries, deputies learned that the suspect was inside a nearby home. As deputies approached that house, they said that they spotted a gun and ordered the suspect to drop the weapon. However, authorities say that suspect, who has been identified as Aaron Rodriguez, refused to drop the gun, and that's when there was an exchange of gunfire. A canine handler and the suspect were both shot during the confrontation. Now, body camera video actually shows the moment the deputy was hit, and when he was hit, his gun was actually knocked out of his hand. Pasco County Sheriff Chris Noco says that that deputy was able to apply his own tourniquet while other units moved in to detain Rodriguez. That deputy is expected to recover, and the female victim is currently in stable condition at an area hospital. Rodriguez, he was taken to a hospital and he was released. He was actually booked into jail early this morning. He now faces charges of murder and attempted murder. And Garrett, Florida Department of Law Enforcement is handling this deputy-involved shooting.
Well, talk about poise under pressure to be able to apply his own tourniquet after being shot. I mean, that's something.
Yeah, it's definitely something, and that's what the sheriff kept talking about during yesterday's press conference. He said that, you know, his deputies' training really kicked into first gear yesterday, and he said he couldn't have been more proud of those deputies because they did. He said that they followed all of their training protocols to a T.
All right, and what are we learning about this second officer-involved shooting, this one in Bradenton?
Yes, this one happened this morning down in Bradenton, and we're told that officers with the Bradenton Police Department's narcotics unit, they were serving a search warrant. They considered this to be a high-risk search warrant because the officers had intelligence that somebody inside this Bradenton home was a multiple-time convicted felon, and they were also told that there was a weapon on the property. So as the team moved toward the house, we are told that they noticed movement inside, and so they entered the home with caution, and once they broke through that door, officers encountered a room that was closed off by either a blanket or a door. That's information we're getting from the public information officer, who said it was either covered by either a blanket or a door, and officers were able to spot a person inside that room with a weapon. Now, according to police, that person did not follow officers' commands. An officer, we were told, fired at least 3 shots, striking that individual. A SWAT medic immediately tried to save that person's life, but the suspect did not survive. Now, we are told that 2 other people were inside the home at the time, and while they were not physically injured, police say 1 person received emergency assistance because they were suffering from emotional distress. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement is on site, and they are investigating this shooting as well. Police have not yet released the names of the officer or the person who was killed. Garrett?
All right, and I know you're also tracking some details about a recycling center fire in Hillsborough County. What's going on with that?
Yes, this happened at an auto salvage yard down in Palm River. Now, we're told that people began calling 911 around 10:45 this morning, reporting a large fire at that yard located on 24th Avenue South. And responding crews said that they could see a thick column of smoke from miles away, and they immediately declared this a working fire. Now, once on the scene, firefighters found heavy flames spreading throughout the yard and threatening several nearby businesses. A second alarm was quickly called to bring in more units and manpower to help battle the heat. Crews were able to get the fire under control in about 45 minutes, successfully stopping the flames before they could damage any of the surrounding structures. Now, we're told that no injuries have been reported for civilians or first responders. And while the fire is contained, crews are expected to stay on the scene throughout the afternoon to douse any remaining hot spots. And right now, Garrett, the cause of this fire is under investigation.
I tell you what, that when you're talking about a fire at a recycling center like that, certainly, it's a good thing they were able to get that under control, because those are fires that we have seen time and time again that could very quickly spiral out of control.
Yeah, they can definitely spiral out of control just due to the nature of the items that they have in that salvage yard. They've got batteries, they've got metal, they have all sorts of things that do oftentimes lend to this fire spreading quite rapidly. So it is a good thing that this fire was brought under control. And as I mentioned, the firefighters, they will be at that scene for the rest of the afternoon just to monitor it and to be able to put out any hot spots as they arise.
All right, Nancy, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa connection. We've had a lot of heavy news today. Before I let you go, let's end things on a little bit of a lighter note. Today's March 10th. It's Mario Day, celebrating the Mario character. So we want everyone to tell us who's your starter Mario Kart character. Is it Mario, Luigi, Yoshi, Peach, Bowser, or Toad? Who would you go with, Nancy?
Oh, gosh, I'm going to have to say Peach. That would be my Mario Kart character.
All right. That's you can't go wrong, I don't think, with any of them. I am definitely a Yoshi kind of person. So we want folks to let us know. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can also scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now and let us know. Vote in this poll, and we'll check back in on it coming up in just a little bit. Well, Nancy, we appreciate you joining us for our Tampa Connection. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I want to get you to this White House press briefing. This is Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt talking about the president going to visit Ohio and Kentucky this week. Now talking about the Iran war, saying that the country's making tremendous strides, more than 5,000 drone strikes against Iran in the 10 days that this has been going on. Let's go ahead now and listen in as she continues to speak and then take questions from reporters.
Should be commended for doing so. As the president made unequivocally clear to the remaining elements of this terrorist regime in his statement yesterday, if they do anything to stop the flow of oil or goods within the Strait of Hormuz, they will be hit by the world's most powerful military 20 times harder than they have been hit thus far. Moving forward, the stated objectives for Operation Epic Fury remain the same. Destroy the terrorist regime's ballistic missiles, raise their Iranian missile industry to the ground, ensure their terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region, and ensure that Iran never obtains a nuclear weapon. President Trump remains confident these goals will be accomplished in swift fashion. As for the oil, President Trump fully expected the rogue Iranian regime to try and disrupt the global markets. That's why President Trump and his energy team have been planning for this long before the strike and have moved quickly to address these temporary disruptions. Thus far, the Trump administration has offered political risk insurance to tankers operating in the Gulf. The Treasury temporarily waived certain oil-related sanctions, and the Commander-in-Chief has offered the U.S. Navy to escort tankers when necessary. The president and his energy team are closely watching the markets, speaking with industry leaders, and the U.S. military is drawing up additional options following the president's directive to continue keeping the Strait of Hormuz open. I will not broadcast what those options look like, but just know the president is not afraid to use them. Rest assured to the American people, the recent increase in oil and gas prices is temporary, and this operation will result in lower gas prices in the long term. Once the national security objectives of Operation Epic Fury are fully achieved, Americans will see oil and gas prices drop rapidly, potentially even lower than they were prior to the start of the operation. And we will live in a world where Iran can no longer threaten the United States or our allies with a nuclear bomb. On another matter here at home, President Trump is urging Congress to pass the Save America Act, one of the most critical pieces of legislation in our nation's history. The Save America Act is overwhelmingly popular with all Americans because each provision is rooted in common sense. The Save America Act has 5 simple requirements as requested by the President of the United States. Number 1, voters have to show ID to cast a ballot in an American election. Very simple. 90% of Americans, including more than 80% of Democrat voters, agree with this. Number 2, the Save America Act will require all voters to show proof of citizenship in order to register to vote in American elections. Again, this is popular and rooted in common sense. Only American citizens have the right to vote in American elections. But after Joe Biden and the Democrats allowed tens of millions of illegal aliens into our country, it's more important than ever to ensure that only American citizens are registering to vote on our nation's voter rolls, and Congress needs to pass this. Number 3, the Save America Act abolishes the incredibly unsecure practice of universal mail-in ballots, which throw the door wide open for fraud. Importantly, the Save America Act maintains exceptions for Americans to use mail-in ballots for illness, disability, military, or travel reasons. The bipartisan 2005 report of the Commission on Federal Election Reform, chaired by, of all people, former President Jimmy Carter and former Secretary of State James Baker, concluded that, quote, absentee ballots remain the largest source of potential voter fraud, and it is time for Congress to finally address this. Number 4, the Save America Act permanently bans men from competing in women's sports. President Trump signed a landmark executive order upholding the promise of Title IX and ending this dangerous and unfair practice. But now it's time for Congress to codify this into law. Number 5, the Save America Act bans transgender mutilation surgery for children. Again, President Trump signed a common sense executive order to do this and kept his promise to the American people, but now Congress needs to do the same and codify it. It's well past time for Democrats in Congress to stop perpetuating the radical and false claim that you can somehow change a child's sex. You cannot. Passing the Save America Act is the most important thing that Republicans and frankly Democrats can do to strengthen election integrity and protect our democracy. It's what the American people elected Republicans to do, and they must deliver on it as soon as possible. The president is calling on Congress to get the job done and send this historic piece of legislation to his desk immediately for signature. So with that today, I will take your questions. Benny, thank you for being here, and why don't you start us off?
Thank you, Caroline. So my first question is actually about the Save America Act. So one of the biggest things that the Democrats are saying, the claims that they're making, is that the Save America Act, it would prevent married women from voting in elections or make it harder for them. What do you have to say to those claims? Is there any validity to them, and where do you think they're getting this from?
There is zero validity to these claims, and I'm glad that you brought them up, because you have the Democrats who have created this myth, and it has been perpetuated, unfortunately, by many in the mainstream media. Let me be very clear. The Save America Act does not prohibit anyone from voting, with the exception of illegal aliens. And the greatest way to disenfranchise American citizens from voting in American elections is to allow illegal aliens to vote, which is what Democrats want to do. We see it taking place in Democrat jurisdictions at the state and local level across this country. So the Save America Act corrects that. And as far as married women who have changed their name, if they're already registered to vote, they're entirely unaffected by the Save Act. And for the small fraction of individuals who have changed their name or their address, they can still register to vote. Of course, they just have to go through their state processes to update that documentation. And this is something that the American people, married women, and minorities and people all across this country who Democrats are insultingly saying cannot do this, they're already doing it every day, going to the Social Security office, going to the DMV, and I think it's frankly insulting that the Democrats are saying that there are certain groups of people in this country who aren't smart enough to update their documentation to allow them to vote. Again, this is a huge myth, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to address it.
Of course, and then just one more question about DHS. The funding issue has been 3+ weeks now. I was at the airport this morning in St. Louis, Missouri, and it was early in the morning, and one of the TSA agents, I saw her, she was kind of tearing up, she was crying, and I asked her, I was like, what's wrong? And she was like, I can't make my phone payment, I can barely make my car payment that's coming up. I think a lot in the Beltway, there's so much noise between Democrats, Republicans. It's the Democrats' fault, it's the Republicans' fault. But what is the White House's message to the American people that are struggling because they're not getting that paycheck? Take away the politics. What do you have to say to those people?
President Trump wants the Department of Homeland Security. He wants TSA, he wants FEMA, he wants the brave men and women of our United States Coast Guard to receive their paychecks, and he wants this department to be fully funded and fully reopened. And so to any American out there who is struggling without a paycheck, we know there's more than 100,000 of you across the country. To any American out there who is showing up to an airport and facing incredibly long wait times and lines, call your Democrat member of Congress and tell them to fund the Department of Homeland Security. That's what President Trump wants to do. And it's completely ridiculous that the American people are suffering as a result of these partisan games that are being played by Democrats on Capitol Hill. Thank you. Steve.
You said the operation was going faster than anticipated. What is your current timeline for how long the war will last?
So look, as you know, Steve, the president and the U.S. military's initial timeline was about 4 to 6 weeks to achieve the full objectives of Operation Epic Fury. Again, to destroy their missiles and their ability to make them, destroy their Navy, permanently deny them nuclear weapons forever, and to, of course, weaken their evil terrorist proxies in the region. We know that the U.S. military and our brave warfighters are quickly and expeditiously executing these objectives well ahead of schedule, but ultimately the operations will end when the commander-in-chief determines the military objectives have been met, fully realized, and that Iran is in a position of complete and unconditional surrender, whether they say it or not.
And does the president still want Iran's unconditional surrender?
Well, when President Trump says that Iran is in a place of unconditional surrender, he's not claiming the Iranian regime is going to come out and say that themselves. What the president means is that Iran's threats will no longer be backed by a ballistic missile arsenal arsenal that protects them from building a nuclear bomb in their country. I could make an empty threat, but if I have no actions to back it up, then it's an empty threat. And so President Trump will determine when Iran is in a place of unconditional surrender, when they no longer pose a credible and direct threat to the United States of America and our allies. Adriana.
Can you explain why the Energy Secretary posted and then appeared to have deleted a post on X saying that the U.S. Navy escorted an oil tanker through the Strait of Hormuz?
Yes, I was made aware of this post. I haven't had a chance to talk to the Energy Secretary about it directly. However, I know the post was taken down pretty quickly, and I can confirm that the U.S. Navy has not escorted a tanker or a vessel at this time, though, of course, that's an option the President has said he will absolutely utilize if and when necessary at the appropriate time.
And if this was something that was posted erroneously, could it be because of a staffer? What, I guess, will there be any consequences for this? I know you still have to consult, but just generally speaking.
Again, I would defer you to the Department of Energy to answer that question.
And if I could just follow up really quickly.
Sure.
In terms of oil sanctions, the President said that there would be some sanctions that would be lifted. Would those be on Venezuela, Russia? Could you give some specifics there and then timing for that as well?
Sure. I know it's something that the Treasury Department and the President's energy team continue to discuss, and they will ultimately consult with the President before decisions are made. I don't have any announcements on new sanctions or the lifting of new sanctions for you today. Alex.
Thank you. Reuters has reported that about 150 U.S. service members have been injured so far. Can you confirm that number and elaborate on that?
I can't confirm the exact number. I know it's within that ballpark, but I would defer you to the Pentagon for a specific number of wounded or injured thus far.
And then secondly, if I can, I wanted to ask about there was a briefing on the Capitol Hill today, and some senators came out and said they were more convinced than ever that there would be U.S. boots on the ground. Senator Blumenthal said that, in fact. Your reaction to that and any update on President Trump's thinking about it?
Look, I would say that Democrats on Capitol Hill are clearly being quite disingenuous. 3 years ago, not a single Democrat voted against the resolution condemning Iran as the world's leading state sponsor of terror. Yet now, with President Trump as commander-in-chief finally taking the action that so many Democrats have called on the commander-in-chief to do for many, many years, to wipe out the threat of a rogue Iranian terrorist regime, now all of a sudden Democrats are playing politics with this long-standing bipartisan policy of the United States, and 53 of them in the House recently voted against the resolution condemning Iran as the world's state sponsor of terror. So I wouldn't take Democrats at their word. As for boots on the ground, the President has talked about this repeatedly. Wisely, he does not rule options out as commander-in-chief. So again, I would hesitate to confirm anything that a Democrat on Capitol Hill says right now about the President's thinking. Garrett.
John, you outlined to Steve the military components of what would be involved in ending this war, but it seems like there's a political component too. The President said to Fox earlier today that he doesn't believe the new Ayatollah can live in peace. He made a variety of comments suggesting that he should be involved in picking the new Iranian leader. Is the ending of this war also contingent on Iran selecting a leader that the President finds acceptable? And if so, how is that not the definition of a regime change war?
Look, as President Trump has blatantly and frankly stated, it's obviously within the best interest of the United States and the West to no longer have a radical terrorist in charge of Iran, especially as we see their reaction to Operation Epic Fury. They had their missiles turned towards our Gulf and Arab partners in the region. Again, this was a regime that chanted, or still chants, death to America. We look at the way that they are holding the entire world hostage with the restricting of the free flow of energy through the Strait of Hormuz. So the President, I think, is making quite an obvious comment. Again, as for the timeline of the military operations with respect to Iran, we have objectives that we have laid out that the Commander-in-Chief wants to see achieved. When they are achieved, then it will ultimately be up to the President to end this operation.
Okay, so I think you're not exactly addressing my question, though. Is that political objective also necessary for the president to decide to end this war?
Look, again, I just told you the objectives of Operation Epic Fury. When those objectives are met, the president will dictate the end of these operations when he deems that Iran no longer poses a credible threat to the United States of America. And again, it goes back to what does that unconditional surrender look like? Iran can talk all they want, and their words will be very empty when we've completely annihilated their navy as we are doing, when we've taken out the threat of their ballistic missile capability, when we can firmly, finally ensure that they can no longer make a nuclear bomb to threaten the United States and our allies and our troops in the region. And that's what President Trump is ultimately seeking to do with respect to this operation. Jennifer.
There was a shooting outside of a synagogue in Baltimore. Do you know if the president has been briefed on that, and do you have any more details on what happened?
I don't, but we certainly will get you more details, Jennifer, and I don't know if the president has briefed, but I'll check on that when I get back to the Oval Office after this. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. The president said yesterday for the first time that he had to strike Iran because he believes that Iran was going to strike U.S. targets within 7 days, and then he bumped that down later to 3 days. Where is he getting that?
Well, that's not the first time the president has said that he chose to launch Operation Epic Fury because he felt as though Iran was going to strike the United States and our assets in the region first. Again, I addressed this in the last briefing. This was a feeling the president had based on facts provided to him by his top negotiators who had been engaged with the Iranian regime in a good faith effort. The Iranian regime was lying, deceiving the United States of America, clearly trying to continue their nuclear program to create a bomb that would, of course, threaten the United States of America. Again, their ballistic missile arsenal, they were rapidly and aggressively increasing that by the month to a place where they would essentially build immunity for themselves, where a future president or President Trump would not be able to launch this incredibly successful operation. And so the president, again, as I have reiterated and he has said, was not going to sit back and allow the Iranian regime to threaten or to attack the United States of America any longer.
But there are no U.S. leaders or Israeli.
Oh, we've got to take a break here on Florida Live, continuing to listen in to this White House press briefing. We'll be right back with more right after this. Give you a live look right now. You can see this is in Orange County. Fire, smoke billowing from a fire at a scrapyard not far from Orlando International Airport. This is West Land Street and Sidney Hayes Road. You can see the heavy smoke in the area. We know Orange County Fire Rescue is on the scene. Right now, they're saying it's a pile of scrap metal that's on fire. No buildings threatened at this time, but we are continuing to monitor that. We are also watching this news conference being held in Baltimore, giving an update on the shooting near the synagogue there, where we have learned one officer was shot. We had heard conflicting reports earlier today. That police officer is stable. No other officers were hurt. The suspected gunman is now dead, died at the scene there. I want to get us back, though, to this White House press briefing where a lot of questions are being asked about the conflict in Iran. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
Something they would be happy with, and they hope that it is not taking place. As for further details about the discussions between these two leaders, I'll leave it to the president to divulge any more of that conversation, but he did confirm it yesterday and provided you with a little bit of the background in his view and his perspective, as he always does. Luke.
Regarding the missile strike on the Iranian school, how long does the administration expect that investigation to take, and will the White House or the Department of Defense release a full report of its findings once the investigation is complete?
The Department of War will do that. The investigation continues, and as the president said yesterday at his press conference, he will accept the conclusion of that investigation, whatever it may be. We'll go to the back row for some love. Sure, in the back with the glasses. Go ahead.
Regarding the shield of the Americas,
Caroline, and then you can go, but go first.
Okay, thank you.
Is there an update regarding?
You have rough real estate back there, so I'm trying to give you some love.
Is there an update regarding Cuba, and also is an economic deal imminent?
Sure. I don't have any updates on Cuba for you today. Obviously, this is something the administration is actively dealing with. The president's made it quite clear it's his belief, based on fact, that the Cuban regime is bound to fall. The country is obviously in a very weak place, economically speaking. The people are crying out for help, and the president believes and knows that the Cuban regime wants a deal. So, as you know, Secretary of State Rubio has been engaged in those conversations as directed by the president. I don't have any updates for you today, though.
Thank you, Caroline. Regarding the Shield of the Americas, the initiative by President Trump this weekend, big names, a lot of countries, but some notable absences. For instance, Colombia, which is a key ally with the United States in terms of counter-narcotics, and President Gustavo Petro was here at the White House and he met with President Trump. Why wasn't Colombia invited to the Shield of the Americas?
I don't think we're seeing the level of cooperation we quite want to see yet from the Colombian government to invite them to the Shield of America's event and pact, but we certainly hope that this newfound organization will expand and we can continue to invite additional member countries. But there was quite a few countries there. I believe there were 17 countries represented, 12 heads of state with the president over the weekend. They signed a defense agreement with all of our militaries to emphasize the need to combat drug cartels through Latin America in the Western Hemisphere, and ultimately, of course, to curb the illegal trafficking of drugs to the United States, which is the president's utmost priority in all of this. So it was a great event on Saturday, and we look forward to the coalition expanding. Kelly in the back.
Caroline, thank you. Good to see you. I want to get back to another question that was asked earlier. It talked about the political aspects, but there's also the ideological and the spiritual aspects of what Iran has said for 47 years. Death to America, death to Israel. And we've just finished talking about the fact that terror has been around the world. Iran has been the nexus of that in so many ways. Has the president stated clearly to the American people why this is such an imminent threat in order for Democrats on Capitol Hill and Republicans and the American people to understand how imminent the threat was?
I think he has, Kelly. I mean, you've heard from the president on an almost daily basis over the course of the past 10 days. You've heard it from me at this podium. You've heard it from the Secretary of War, the Secretary of State, the Vice President of the United States. You know, the president's top cabinet and his officials have been repeatedly explaining to the American public the threat that Iran has posed to our country in this moment, but of course over the course of the past 47 years. And their words, again, chanting death to America, speak for themselves. Go ahead. You can follow up.
Why the division within the American people. I realize that we have the people are talking about the War Powers Act. They're talking about all kinds of issues. But have people forgotten just how imminent that threat was? If they keep saying death to America and death to Israel, they mean it.
Look, I don't think the American people have forgotten, but I think Democrats on Capitol Hill, they have not forgotten, but they are just so plagued with this resistance to President Trump on everything that they do that, again, they can't even rally behind the common sense, bipartisan, long-standing principle of the United States of America that Iran absolutely poses a threat to the United States, that Iran is the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. And I think that's reflected again in their voting pattern. In 2023, every single member of the House of Representatives, with the exception of one, I believe the final vote was 412 to 1 in 2023 for a resolution condemning Iran as the world's state leading sponsor of terror. And now in this year, under this president in 2026, 53 Democrats voted against that exact same resolution with the exact same language. I don't think that's a change in the threat that Iran has posed to the United States. I think it's a change in the Democrat Party's thinking and their vicious hatred for President Trump. Danny? Sure.
National threat level, following on Kelly, what's the national threat level right now because of this death to America, death to Israel issue?
I believe the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI have repeatedly and continuously provided updates on the threat level to the homeland. I don't want to speak on it out of turn from up here, but of course, the federal government is continuing to coordinate and partner with local law enforcement agencies across the ground to thwart potential threats to the homeland. This is something the administration obviously takes very seriously. We are thwarting threats that, frankly, most Americans don't know about because they never make headlines, but that's the great work that the Department of Homeland Security is doing, and it emphasizes and underscores the point of why Democrats need to fund and reopen fully the Department of Homeland Security right now.
On the Iranian school, why did President Trump say yesterday that Iran may have Tomahawk missiles when there are only 3 other U.S. allies plus the U.S. that have those missiles and therefore could...
Look, again, as the president said yesterday, he will accept the conclusion of this investigation by the Department of War. I know there's been a lot of speculation in the media about who may be responsible for this. We're not going to get ahead of the Department of War and the conclusion of that investigation. The president has a right to share his opinions with the American public, but he has said he'll accept the conclusion of that investigation. And frankly, we're not going to be harassed by the New York Times, who's been putting out a lot of articles on this, making claims that have just not been verified by the Department of War, to quickly wrap up this investigation because the New York Times is calling on us to do so.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much. Carolyn, with the DHS currently under a partial Democrat shutdown, does the administration have any specific concerns about potential impact on Homeland Security or intelligence monitoring of sleeper cells inside the United States? And do you have any comment on the bombing, the 2 individuals that bombed New York City or tried to?
Yeah, it was absolutely despicable to see that attack in New York City. I know the FBI is investigating, and the Department of Justice and SDNY have announced they are charging those 2 individuals and alleged terrorists, and I know they won't rest until justice is sought in this case. Daniel.
Thank you, Caroline. Appreciate it. Millions of Americans are filing taxes for the first time since the president signed the One Big Beautiful Bill Act into law. New reports say that new IRS data says that the average federal tax refund is around $3,800, a little bit up from the last period of last year. Does the president believe that the average federal tax refund increasing this year could provide a little bit more economic growth, something that he's been very focused on as the year progresses?
Absolutely. And Americans are going to start benefiting from the fruits of President Trump and Republicans' labor through the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill and these historic tax cuts. We are midway through tax season, so just to provide an update from the Treasury Department that just went out moments ago, nearly 63.5 million tax returns have been processed thus far, 45% of the anticipated total number of tax returns by April 15th, so don't forget to file your taxes, people. And the average refund this year is more than $3,700. And we know that more than 27.5 million individuals who have filed their tax returns thus far have claimed at least one of President Trump's new tax cuts. Over 3.5 million returns have claimed no tax on tips. Over 15.5 million returns have claimed no tax on overtime. Over 9.2 million returns have claimed the enhanced deduction for seniors. And over over 690,000 returns have claimed no tax on car loan interest. And another amazing statistic, nearly 3.5 million Trump accounts have been opened for children in our country thus far. So we look forward to, I know the Treasury Department continues to look forward to seeing these checks go out the door and into the pockets of hardworking Americans. And the president will be meeting with them himself tomorrow on the road in both Ohio and Kentucky. And we look forward to seeing you all there. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Caroline and Caroline.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt wrapping up, taking questions there. Meanwhile, let me give you a live look before we go to break. Here's a look at that scrap fire from multiple different angles. This is the shot on the right, the big one. Is the one that is from our crew on the ground in that area. And you can see just that smoke continuing to billow from that scene. The camera on the bottom left, that is from our International Drive camera. And you can see it from there as well. And then the top angle, that one is from downtown Orlando. So from many vantage points, you're able to see the smoke billowing from this fire. Crews, as you see there, are spraying water on it, trying to get it out. You see that end loader also that is working to help with those efforts. This, again, is a scrapyard. West Land Street, Sidney Hayes Road. The latest we heard from Orange County Fire Rescue was that there was about a 50 by 50 pile of scrap metal that was on fire. And so this is the result of that. Ironically enough, we were just talking in our Tampa connection earlier today about how quickly scenes of fires at the scrap yards and recycling centers and things like that can grow because of the abundance of materials at those locations. So we are keeping a close eye on this afternoon. We're going to go ahead and take another quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. We are continuing to track a number of developing situations that we've been monitoring throughout the afternoon. First, I want to let you know we are still keeping an eye out and waiting for some more details about the situation in New York City, where a suspicious package had been reported in the area of Gracie Mansion. And so we are keeping an eye on that. The bomb squad has been on the scene there. We also learned some new details just in the last little bit from Baltimore police about what was initially reported as an active shooter situation there. Officials believe it was a robbery that turned into a hostage situation there near the synagogue. Still waiting on some details on the exact location and whether that happened inside or what. Still some questions about that right now, but we know a police officer was shot and is stable. We also know that the suspect was shot and killed. I do want to go ahead and one second. I'm coordinating with our field crews on the ground here of this fire that we've been tracking in Orange County, where a scrap metal pile at a scrapyard on Land Street is having is burning and billowing smoke into the sky. Let me show you another live look right now. And this is the view from our camera that's in downtown and looking toward that scrapyard. And so we can see the smoke from that angle. We can also, let me show you again this angle, and this one is from the Hyatt on International Drive, and you can see from that angle as well just the issues that this fire is causing. Thankfully, at this point, no structures, no buildings in danger. And from this vantage point, you can see as well, looks like it's an area that is surrounded by some trees and that kind of thing as well. We know there are roads running right through that and right past that. We saw that image, the view from the ground just a couple of minutes ago as well, where we know fire crews are on the scene and on the ground working on that. We also know that they're using some heavy equipment, some machinery there to work on putting out that fire as well, and trying to help with that and get that under control. So this is a situation that we are monitoring this afternoon. We've got Fox 35's Alexis Clevenger, who is live out there on this scene right now and joins us live. Alexis, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live. Just have a minute here, but if you could just kind of give us a quick look around and let us know what you're seeing, what you know about this situation.
Yeah, Garrett, absolutely. We just got here within the last 10 minutes, and I'm going to step out of the way to give you an idea of what this fire and how it's burning as of right now. So you can see that thick cloud of smoke that's in the air. Now, when we were driving in, you can see it in the surrounding areas. Now, firefighters right now are working to put out those flames. We can see at least one ladder that is up from where we are. They are spraying water on top of what we now know is a pile of scrap metal that is burning. Orange County Fire Rescue says it's a 50 by 50 foot pile of scrap metal. So crews are actively working to put this out. And I did map out this location. This looks like it is a recycling center. This is on the intersection of Land Street Road and Sidney Hayes Road. And again, fire crews are out here. There are multiple units out here on scene as of now. They also, we know they're using their drone team to get a better view of the fire from above, but it's still actively burning, as you can see.
Okay.
We do know the good news at this point. No other structures are threatened at this time. And to give you an idea, too, this is a pretty industrial area. Not too many homes around from where we are. But again, if you are driving in this area, you're going to see a lot of that smoke.
And that is certainly some good news. We are out of time. Our live streaming news is going to continue next. and then we'll let you clear.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, continuing to track this recycling center where a scrap metal pile is on fire in Orange County. We've shown you the images of the smoke just billowing from that. We're going to check back in with Fox 35's Alexis Clevenger, who joins us live from that scene. Alexis, I know we ran out of time there at the end of Florida Live just a minute ago, so we wanted to go ahead and just kind of check back in with you to learn a little bit more about the efforts that are going into this, because we can see from the images just how bad that smoke is. I'm sure it looks even bigger in person on the ground where you are.
And Garrett, it really does. It's pretty massive in comparison to where I am standing on the ground. And we're not too far away from where this is all happening. Again, I'm going to show you just how big that smoke is and what fire crews are doing right now to actively work to put this fire out. This is at a recycling center here in Orange County. You can see firefighters working to put out that fire. It is a scrap pile of metal that is burning. And if you are in the area, you're going to come across this smoke. You're going to see it as you're driving through this area. So just be mindful of that. Obviously use caution if you are having to pass through this area. This is Land Street Road and Sidney Hayes Road here in Orange County. Big response from fire crews working to put this out. So just be mindful of that if you are nearby with all the emergency vehicles that are here actively working this fire. But we're going to continue to monitor the situation and, of course, bring you updates as crews work to put out those flames there. I'll send it back to you, Garrett.
Alexis, just one quick question before I let you go. I'm curious. We see how heavy that smoke is, and I'm just wondering, for those of us who aren't there, if that is something that you smell that, how, if it's something that you're dealing with there, some of the effects as well, or what the scene is like in that way.
From where I am standing, I am not getting too much of the smoke smell. I'm not sure the direction, which way the wind is blowing from where we are. I can't really smell it, but I'm not sure if you are on maybe the opposite side of where we are. You might be able to smell it. It kind of looks like the smoke is heading in the opposite direction from where we are on the grounds here, but it's not affecting us too bad here.
All right, well, Fox 35's Alexis Clevenger, we appreciate the updates this afternoon. Y'all stay safe out there, and we'll look forward to your updates coming up on Fox 35 News at 5. We appreciate you joining us.
Thanks, Garrett.
Obviously, a breaking news situation that we are continuing to track, and as I said, we'll have more updates from Alexis coming up in just a little bit, but we're going to keep an eye out on that, and also keep an eye out for any updates that might be coming from Orange County Fire Rescue in the meantime, if we do end up hearing anything about that. Meanwhile, I also want to give you some breaking news where we have learned the situation in New York City at Gracie Mansion. There is now an all clear that has been given. There was a suspicious device, suspicious package that had been found that pulled the bomb squad out to that area this afternoon. Let me see if I have a live feed of that. Is that Edge 3? All right, let me get you a live look at that scene where you can see still some crime scene tape up in that area, heavy police presence, but thankfully all clear on that. We're working to learn some more details about that situation as well. Not really sure what that might have been, but we had seen the bomb squad out there for a while now, at least an hour, I would say. Let me pull up, if I can, the tweet from NYPD just in the last few minutes, and we will show you what they are saying about this right now as they announced that all clear had been given. So this is the post on social media just, let me see, about 20 minutes ago. saying the device in Carl Shores Park has been cleared and determined to be non-threatening. This was an instance of everyday New Yorkers following a clear message. If you see something, say something. That is certainly the what we are told time and time again to do, and so they said that is what happened in this case. Just an abundance of caution, and thankfully there was no threat to anyone or any location in New York City. So a number of developing stories and breaking news stories that we have been following, not just here in Florida, but across the country today. A lot's been going on. We're going to step aside and take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. I want to take you back inside the Orange County Commission meeting that earlier today we listened into a couple of different things. Presentations on the NBA All-Star Game and also trying to get the Olympic qualifiers here as well. One of the other things that happened was the Board of County Commissioners approved a resolution to oppose an ICE facility in Orange County. There was quite a bit of public comment about that as well, including from Congressman Maxwell Frost, a Democrat from Orlando, who was among those expressing their support for that resolution that opposes the ICE facility. Here's some of that public comment from that meeting earlier today.
I want to thank the Orange County Commission and the mayor for taking up today's resolution as it has to do with the potential ICE warehouse being set up in our community. The possibility of an immigration detention facility being built in East Orange County is deeply troubling and raises serious concerns. We know that ICE wants to expand detention centers across the entire nation, including potentially right here in Orange County. And that's why the decision before the commission today is so important. Expanding immigration detention does nothing to fix our broken immigration system, but instead creates more harm, more trauma for families, children, workers, and neighbors. Over the past few months, I've used my congressional oversight to visit detention facilities across our entire state, including the state-run facility in the Everglades, where I've witnessed firsthand the cruel and inhumane conditions and treatment that threaten the safety and well-being of the people held there. Not to mention the financial burden on us taxpayers. We know that oftentimes ICE facilities operate with limited transparency and accountability. Last year alone, 32 people died in ICE custody, the highest number in more than 20 years. So when ICE talks about opening up another facility, they're not talking about reforming a broken system, but expanding one that has already failed and caused harm and chaos to communities across this nation. A facility like this would also put a real strain on local infrastructure from water and sewer systems and other services, while impacting the tourism that our economy depends on. Every year, Central Florida welcomes tens of millions of visitors from across the world, and we depend on being seen as a welcoming place where families from every country feel safe and excited to visit. Establishing a large immigration detention warehouse in the heart of one of the most visited destinations in the world sends the wrong message about who we are. And in fact, it is not who we are. Right now, so many Central Floridians, including those who work in tourism and hospitality, are living in fear. Even those who are here legally are unsure of their safety and future for their families, people who are documented. Expanding detention in Florida will only make families feel less safe and less secure in a place that they call home. That is not who we are in Central Florida. In Central Florida, we look out for one another, we believe in dignity and compassion, and we refuse to let fear divide us. Recently, Congressman Darren Soto and I called on DHS and ICE to abandon this plan. We will continue to stand together in opposition of this facility. I want to thank the Commission and the Mayor for the work you've done thus far on protecting immigrants, and I urge the Commission to continue standing with our immigrant community and oppose the expansion of detention in Central Florida. Let us legislate and lead through the eyes of the most vulnerable in our community. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Congressman Frost. We certainly do look for support from our federal elected officials in this respective issues. A lot of the oversight and responsibility does rest at the federal level, and we at the local level sometimes get to have to deal with it up close and personal as the consequences of failures at offices higher than ours. So we are glad that you're here today in support of the issues and the positions that we take here locally.
I have spent years working as a waitress. The backbones of those kitchens were more often than not individuals from Central and South America, and I can say without hesitation that there is no one else I would rather have on my team than those individuals who had ethic and teamwork that set the standard. Today in clinical settings, I see those same individuals in roles from physicians and clinicians to housekeepers and maintenance workers. And our workforce is not a monolith. Our country is not a monolith. And the diversity here in Orlando is what drew me in the first place. The IGSA must be terminated. Every day we continue this agreement, people face inhumane treatment, and our city takes on financial strains that are not reimbursed. As a taxpayer, I'm scared about the deficit we are creating, and as a resident, I am terrified for my neighbors and the erosion of constitutional rights. I believe this debt will be exacerbated as Orlando will no longer be a tourist destination when people fear they cannot return home safely. Thank you.
I am here to voice my opposition of the proposed ICE detention warehouse in Lake Nona. My grandmother was a Trinidadian woman born in Maracaibo, Venezuela. She immigrated alone as a teenager, trained as a nurse, and married my grandfather, a pediatrician in the U.S. Navy. Together, they spent their date nights running a free medical clinic for the uninsured and impoverished. In the 1940s, her hard work was met with a pathway to citizenship. Today, those pathways are replaced by black box warehouses that prioritize deportation over due process. Her face is what I see when I think of the thousands of immigrants currently being treated like industrial inventory. There is no economic upside to shame. Building a modern-day Dachau Disney in a region defined by family and magic will not bring prosperity. It will bring a permanent stain to our soul. We cannot market ourselves as a global destination for joy while operating an engine of human suffering next door. I call upon this commission to use every legal and zoning tool at your disposal to block this facility. Thank you.
I believe the board should terminate the intergovernmental service agreement and end its collaboration with ICE. Our local jails are being used to hold our immigrant neighbors, friends, and family, many of whom face no criminal charges. It costs $180 a day for each person held, and the federal government is only paying back 88 of that, while the other 92 is being shouldered by the Orlando taxpayers. But for many of us, it isn't about the money. Many of us do not want to be forced by our representatives to work with ICE at all. Please stop waiting for the money to show up. Do the right thing and terminate the IGSA. Thank you.
That any continuation of IGSA is in complete opposition to the rights that we demand for our community members. Mayor Demings, you may not be aware, but the public is not imaginary. We do not exist solely in the media, in votes, or even as the money that you get paid with. If this Board of Commissioners is so deeply concerned of the fiscal impact being shouldered by us taxpayers, then I ask why not terminate this hefty burden that you have voluntarily agreed to. Since you have the capability of fighting back against this agreement, then I must instead ask what makes all of you so unwilling to stand up for the demands of the people that put you in power. I dare say that if the cost of housing individuals for ICE is so high that it requires a $92 increase in funding, then stand your ground given to you by your voters and eliminate the need for said funding. The will of the people must always be respected, and we demand you fully terminate IGSA. The people united will never be defeated. Thank you.
L'union fait la force. Mayor and commissioners, do you know what that means? I hope so, considering you represent a large Haitian population. It means unity makes strength. Unity is not going against your constituents and furthering deals with ICE. Unity is not negotiating with the USMS, all in the interest of adjusting the reimbursement rate. If you really wanted to fix the $92 deficit, then you terminate the IGSA, stopping ICE from using our jails in the first place. Just last week, a Haitian man named Emmanuel Damas died in the ICE detention facility in Arizona. How long until that happens in Orlando? ICE has already circumvented the law by removing individuals every 72 hours, then bringing them back, rebooking them under a new booking number, artificially resetting the clock, prolonging detention without due process. Continued collaboration with ICE is a threat to our community. IGSA can be terminated, and BOAs are not required. Like I said earlier, unity makes strength, and the people are united in our stance. These issues of IGSA and 287G will be raised until they are terminated. Do what must be done and stand with the people.
$180 or $88, what is a human life worth? For decades, our county government has been in the business of locking people up for money through the agreement known as the IGSA. And now, with an opportunity for renegotiation or termination, our county looks not at the moral or social impact of this agreement. Instead, the county only sees dollar signs. Since I know my moral arguments will fall on deaf ears, I'll make my financial one. If the county is currently making $88 per day per inmate, the estimated cost to properly take care of these people being $180 a day. That means since this agreement has started, our county has been spending $92 per day to detain its own citizens at the behest of the federal government. We have been bleeding money from this agreement for years, and our commissioners are thinking about how to make this work. This is classic sunk cost fallacy. What's best for Orange County is clear. Stop wasting our money, stop detaining our citizens, and stop this awful agreement.
I am asking the board to cancel the intergovernmental service agreement with the U.S. Marshals Services and to stop any further collaboration with ICE. Not only is it in my belief that this type of detainment is against human rights, it is also an economic drain on the county. The county knows this and knows that it erodes the community's trust. Not only should we be using county feed funds for community needs, our friends and families also deserve to feel safe just living their lives. It has been over 6 months now since the county submitted the request to renegotiate the terms of the IGSA in order to get more reimbursement. But pushing for renegotiation is cowardice when your constituents have made it clear we do not want to work with ICE. Simply asking for more money and reimbursement is not the right thing to do, and I know some of you agree. I strongly urge you to instead end the agreement now. Thank you.
When I see videos of ICE pulling people out of their cars and kidnapping people off the street, I cannot help but see the terrified faces of my tia and tios, the sense of unease that rises in my Hispanic coworkers as they joke about the need to start walking around with their passports taped to their chest, the anguish for the dashed dreams of undocumented students who dared to try and afford a college education, and the pit that continues to grow in my stomach, wondering if families will get their happy ending here in Florida because one of them doesn't have the right piece of paper. This brings me to only one conclusion. We need to stop aiding and abetting the terrorism that our immigrant neighbors face. Every dollar, every person, every deal that allows this institution to keep its power should be fought against. Limiting immigrant detainees in our jails is not enough. We need to have 0 detainees in our jails. Stand with the people and terminate the Intergovernmental Service Agreement.
So we're here this morning to thank Commissioner Wilson for bringing a resolution this morning that opposes converting warehouses that were meant to store goods into detention centers to house human beings. We thank the County Commission for setting that example and leading by example. As I stood outside the Commission chambers, you have a poster of famous MLK quotes, and I want to read one for you. It says, "The ultimate tragedy is not the oppression and cruelty by the bad people, but the silence over that by the good people." This resolution tells the world that Orange County will not remain silent in this moment of cruelty. So we want to thank you again, and we absolutely wholeheartedly support this resolution. Thank you.
So that was some of the public comment before the commission approved that resolution to oppose a potential plan that would convert a warehouse in Orange County into an ICE facility. We also have a statement from the campaign for Byron Donalds for governor, because we should note that Jerry Demings, the Orange County mayor, is one of the Democratic candidates for governor. Byron Donalds calling out the Demings and Orange County Democrats, saying, this is from a spokesperson, saying, once again choosing political theater over public safety. So that's some of the reaction coming in to that resolution. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, and quite the split screen here. As first on the right, we continue to monitor the large fire that's billowing smoke into Orange County. This is at a recycling center not far from Orlando International Airport, and we've learned that a scrap metal pile there is burning. And meanwhile, on the left, we're continuing to track that barge in the Delaware River in Delaware, not far from Philadelphia, that is continuing to burn. We had these live images, if you were with us earlier today, this morning on Fox 35 News Plus, as crews work to put out that fire. So it's still an ongoing process there as that barge that's carrying scrap metal continues to burn as well. So just a couple of major fires that we are tracking, including one right here in our area. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We've also, I want to play for you a little bit of the brief news conference from officials in Baltimore, because we've been tracking that shooting scene throughout the day as well. Here is what officials said about that, what we know about that just a little bit ago. Again, one officer injured, but is stable right now. And then the suspect we know has been shot and killed.
The mayor and I have also visited with the officer. He's doing well. The officer's a 36-year-old veteran of 13 years with the department. At this time, I will turn it over to the wonderful Dr. Scalia, who takes care of us all the time. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. Around 12:30, we admitted a Baltimore City police officer with a gunshot wound to the leg. Kudos to his buddy for having the wherewithal to put a tourniquet on him at the scene. I'm happy to say he's awake, he's stable, and currently undergoing evaluation.
Thank you, Dr. Scalia. Again, we're just so thankful that the officer or any other folks in that neighborhood were not severely harmed. Our thoughts are with him and his family and even the family of the deceased. Thankful to our BPD officers for bravely responding in the way that they did today and that they do each and every day, and being able to get this situation under control quickly. As the doc said and as the commissioner said, the officer is in great spirits. We had a good time to talk with him. We know his family's going to be here shortly and be with him. We're just very thankful to Dr. Scalia and the team here at Shock Trauma for always taking care of our folks and giving them the best care possible. Thank you. Questions?
We'll start with questions right here. We'll work our way around. We'll do one question per outlet.
So the suspect I know was deceased at the scene. Was he struck by gunfire by another officer, or was it self-inflicted?
No, our sniper officer shot him.
The person that jumped out of the window, is that the person who was being robbed in the original burglary call?
That is still uncertain. We do know that he was also, after that person jumped out the window, the suspect appeared at the window with a gun to the head of another individual, family member, multiple times before he was shot.
Alexa?
So to clarify, there was a woman and another person who had the gun to their head in the house also?
Yes, there was a second, after the person jumped out the window, the suspect still had a hostage and appeared at the window multiple times with the gun pointed at the young lady's head.
Can you talk about how long that all transpired before the suspect was killed?
Please, at the mic, Commissioner, please. It was relatively quick because he was firing on our officers. As soon as our SWAT team got there, was able to take cover, and our SWAT sniper was able to take the shot. He took the shot.
Chris, WBL?
You said that you guys had to activate the critical incident response policy. Can you talk about what that kind of means exactly?
Yeah, it just means with all of our critical incidents, CERT investigates it. It starts the clock for when we release the body-worn camera video, pretty much.
Luke, Baltimore Sun?
Can you confirm the number of officers who were injured again? It was just the one?
Just one, yes. He was shot.
Channel 2?
We saw, one of our reporters saw a woman being escorted out of the house, and she apparently had some blood on her. Do we know whether that was the woman who had the gun pointed at her head? Do we know the relationship, if at all, between the gunman and that woman?
We don't know exactly. We know it was a family member. We don't think she was injured at all, but she was taken to the hospital for evaluation.
A family member of the person who jumped out the window, or
a family member of the deceased?
Any last questions?
But the call was a burglary?
Yes, it's a burglary in progress.
How many officers are on standard leave because of, how many officers did leave fire? Just one?
One.
Last question?
So the suspect, I know, were called for a burglary, but the suspect was related to some of the people in the house?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
That's from that news conference earlier today. As we wrap up 4.5 busy hours of live streaming news today, continue to show you these images. We'll have more on this Orange County.